Hello, everyone, and welcome to another horrific review. Playing our back as we continue our look into horror anime with Serial Experiments Lain, created by Yasuyuki Ueda. Strange things start happening when a withdrawn girl named Lain becomes obsessed with an interconnected virtual reality known as the Wired.
No.
The Wired.
Or as we call it these days, Facebook.
God, not even. This is 1998.
Yeah, but you got it in some of the scenes where Lane's like bitching at people. It's definitely Facebook.
Early version.
Early version.
Or Bebo. Do you remember Bebo? That was like right before
God.
Facebook.
I used to spend a lot of time on MSN.
Oh God, that was a
when I
were proper. MSN and Yahoo Chat were like pre-social media, but
it was kind of like there was only two groups of people who used it though. People in business who used it for business, and gamers who used it for gaming. And that was pretty much it. It was kind of like normal people didn't get involved until like, proper air quotes, proper social media got involved.
Oh God, because I remember it was funny. I was like the only person on the internet that I knew really, apart from a couple of people.
Mm.
And what was it? I remember Mum saying one day, "Oh yeah, such and such is on the internet too. Watch yourself." Like, what the fuck?
Because be careful, people you don't know. Really?
No, it was a neighbor. It's like, she's on the internet. The internet. That's the way she said it. The internet as well. As if we even remotely had any like interests or commonality. I like my horror stuff, sci-fi, my geeky stuff. On what planet was a God, I can't remember what age she was back then, but like a chav. What planet are we going to be in the same group?
It's kind of like when you visit a foreign country and it's like, oh, where are you from? Oh, I'm from England. Oh, whereabouts in England are you from? Derbyshire. Oh, I've got a mate called such and such from Derby. Do you know him?
Do you know them? Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's like 500,000 people or so live in Derby. I'm on first name terms with every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The internet in the early days. Oh.
But now it's funny because if you're not on social media, you're a weirdo. Do you know what I mean? It was back in the day. When this was set, you were an outcast, you were a strange one for being on the internet.
Yes.
And then flip to the day, if you're not on social media, you're considered a weirdo. You can't win with normies.
See, this is it. I have just right. Never been massively into social media because I'm one of these people, it's kind of like, I mind my own business. Please do the same. Thank you. So it's like, I've never been massively into social media, but I've always been a weirdo.
Yeah, I embrace that.
I'm not ashamed of being a weirdo. I wear it as a badge of honor.
Yes, Luna, end of the month, got our double stream, double features. We take over the internet all day.
Oh.
Yeah, but this is all relevant, by the way, folks, because this is what this series is basically about. It's exploring the late 90s, pre-millennium, like geek culture. That's what this is, and it's sort of an early version of Cyberpunk.
Oh, Cyberpunk was. Think about it though. 98. Cyberpunk was well established by the time this came along. Like Neuromancer, Blade Runner, Bubblegum Crisis, Cyber City 808, and all those that like already crashed into the scene. You like Cyber City 808? It's not horror, but it's actually right. Tangent number one. Cyber City 808 is the anime that gave the Wachowski brothers the idea to make The Matrix. End of tangent.
There we go. I could see massive connections between The Matrix and this.
I don't say when Lane first came out, people were like, "This is weird. This is weird. This is weird." And now when people watch it, it's like, oh God, I was like that. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, this is embarrassing. Yep, been there, done that. Yep, seen this.
Probably told this story, like, that's the whole thing. She starts getting into computers and stuff. My great achievement was managing to wire in an N64 to my PC.
Wow.
A Windows 98 PC with a 17-inch monitor, and I mean old school 17-inch monitor that needed its own desk. They were that big. Like,
come on, CRT monitors were cool. Go into the engineering of a CRT monitor, and it's basically a particle accelerator firing death beams at you, which are caught by a little metal grid with little coloured phosphor dots on them. If it wasn't for that, it would blow your head off.
But it's great for playing Star Fox on. Because when you have the little ports coming out, actually, it looked really cool too. Having the little ports coming out of the.
My first computer was a 48K ZX Spectrum,
Yep, the
which I used to play on a 14-inch black and white portable television.
No, I had a color one, but it's at the kitchen table. Like, and then I had to move it every time I had dinner. It was like,
yeah, because
that was before I got my own computer desk. You know, it really upgraded. God, we're old.
My first semi decent PC was without a doubt the Amiga 500.
Mine was a Windows. No, my first PC, like moving up, was 95, but I can't remember bloody hell what it was.
I bought my first PC in 96. I went absolutely out of the window, like using the credit card big. It was a Pentium 4.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh yeah, come on, be impressed. Pentium, brand new, straight out of the factory, Pentium 4.
Jeez, that was God, you'd laugh at it now, but that was
no, yeah.
14.4
oh God.
modem.
I fell in love with PCs. I used to have a friend, Adrian. He'll pay DV out there anyway. It's like went to his dad's house. His dad. Are you ready for this?
They weren't the first Apple computers. They were the new Apple computers. Sorry, we're showing age here. They were modern Apple computers.
Yeah.
The first Apple computer was a white square box.
My mate's dad had an IBM 366 DX66.
God.
The hard drive. The hard drive in it, yeah? The hard drive in it had 2 gig. Read that and weep. Oh yeah. Top of the range, cutting edge technology.
Like that was like
massive.
What was it? A friend of mine back at school days, he had got an Amstrad, and the fact that you could be at home and put in floppy disks and play Lemmings, you know what I mean? That was like, whoa.
Oh God.
You move from cassette tapes to like, and I'm not talking about the fancy new 3.5-inch floppies. I'm talking about the original 7-inch.
Oh, the original 5-inch floppies. Oh my God, yeah. My mate, my
boy, Airwolf.
Imogen on the BBC Micro was one of my favourites. You were this wizard who could either turn into a monkey or a hamster to solve these puzzles. But during the entire game, you could only change shape like something like 120 times. So if you got it wrong once, you couldn't finish the game.
God.
That and Lemmings.
Anyway, that's what happened here. We've moved on from that. We are in 1998. We are pre-millennium computers that plugged into the interwebs, or as they're referring to, the wired. And for a bit of context, this is around about the MySpace.
This is like
Vivo, MSN Messenger, Yahoo Messenger.
Like
era.
this is like
ICQ. I mean, that's this
Right.
era.
Serious question, yeah?
Hmm.
The Wired, yeah? How the hell does it all work over 56K dial-up? Which is what they'd be using, because there's no such thing as broadband, yeah? Broadband
Nope.
isn't due to come for another like
But you had
15 or
ISDN. Didn't you have ISDN connections? That was post dial-up, pre broadband was ISDN connections. That was super fancy. I remember like a bunch of mates, they all lived in the same house, student house, and that's what they all clubbed in together to get. And they actually drilled holes to the wall because put the cables through, all for Unreal Tournament. Everyone was all connected up for Unreal Tournament.
I played Unreal Tournament over dial-up and had no problems. Unreal Tournament
No, but
only wanted...
these were these were hardcore nerds. Like,
air quotes, professionals.
I don't hang about with half nerds. I hang about with hardcore nerds because then it lets me feel normal.
It's like that, if you hang around with real nerds, you're less likely to cop flack because everyone will be aim it at the nerds. Yeah, but you've got to remember the thing that, like, this is 98. Yeah, you couldn't get more hardcore nerd than an anime fan in the West in 98 because hardly anybody had even heard of anime.
Mm-hmm.
Anime is a girl's name with a hyphen in it.
No, I was proper like I said, Virgin Megastores. That just opened up the world to me back in the day, and that was it. You were just part of this. But this is yeah, this is all set around, just for a bit of context. This is the era this is set around. So if you're like younger than that, you'll probably not get half of these references or the context because it was a different time. I mean, the internet was a Wild West. It was a Wild West. There's no rules.
It's the birth of the internet. In the days when you'd find like a JPEG online, and it'd be like 16 bits, maybe a couple of bytes, and it would take like half an hour to download. And when you opened it, it was a picture of a kitten.
Mm-hmm. If you were lucky.
It's sitting there, watching as the progress bar slowly creeps across the screen, feeling the excitement growing. Or for a picture of a kitten. Not like nowadays, when if it takes more than 30 seconds to download, people are throwing them on across the screen and across this room and rage quitting. This is like...
You learned patience.
It's the Wild West of the internet.
You planned ahead because your phone bill as well was attached to what you used, like the amount of data you used, etc. It was just different times. Anyway, we'll start off here. We meet Chisa, and she's just every episode starts in the middle of Tokyo, like at this particular junction.
I was wondering if you noticed that every single episode, like the first minute of every single episode, is exactly the same piece of animation,
except for the dialogue. So like we were just talking before we went live, I was getting a bit of Boogie Pop Phantom vibes of this, because I'm like, is this all leading to one event, or is this going to be a time jump thing?
It doesn't help that the character designs, the character style is so Boogie Pop. Because if you meet Chisa, who's like, she's a girl with twin pigtails, wearing spectacles. There's a girl in Boogie Pop who looks exactly like her.
But she's in this junction. She's having like a panic attack, and then I love the way people can easily get the roofs of high-rise buildings. Like there's no issue, or apartment blocks. You can just travel up.
I love apartment blocks, so the roofs are empty because they use the roofs like a garden, a communal space.
Mm-hmm.
No,
yeah, but there's always some sort of security. Yeah, but usually the communal spaces for the residents, not just for everybody to go up.
Yeah, it must be. It must be a big city kind of thing.
Hmm.
It's like open space is so limited.
Or they just don't have the, doors are unlocked, etc. They just don't have the security, or they don't upkeep it. Reasons anyway. But anyway, she gets up on the roof. I just know it's a bit of a trope. And like I said, I just noticed it and I wonder how it's possible, because here everything's locked up tight. You wouldn't have a chance. If you're on a roof, you shouldn't be. Then
Well, there's I'm going to say there's cooling equipment and stuff on the roofs. That's what buildings in this country. It's worth a pretty penny. You've got to be honest. If the roof doors were open, someone would probably have a go at nicking it.
oh god, it'd be gone. Yeah, everything would be
Or set fire to it, depending on what part of the country you live in.
wrecking it just for the sake of it. Yeah,
Or
that's
both.
cool. But yeah, Mesa decides she's going to try and give herself flying lessons. She's so sorry.
I've got to be honest. The way she drops off the building, I really like that scene, because it's slowly, it's like you see her panicking, and it slowly gets worse and worse, and then she seems to calm down.
Mm-hmm. And then she.
And then it's like is she, at the last moment, she's on her phone. Is she using it to connect to the wire? Also, where can I get one of those phones with the sideways popping out touch screen window?
They used to get Nokia used to make them all back in the day. This is back when phones were interesting, and you could get all sorts of mad designs, not just a freaking rectangle. Oh, here's the new rectangle. We'll give it a new designation. This is the S29 now. That's it. Here's the I-57, and it's just the same bloody thing. Back in this era, you could all sorts of bad shit phones. Like the numbers were down the side or the flipped. They tried all the different flip things.
Do you remember? I think it was Seiko. Who's heard of Seiko? They built one where it's like it had like a big button in the middle of it, and it actually a big button at the bottom of the phone, kind of like a big button, and it actually twisted around on the button, so it kind of like it opened like a fan.
I do remember that.
That was.
And then I had an XDA, which is one of the first forms of tablet. The stylus was you put the stylus, you thought you were all swanky because it was touchscreen.
Oh my god! Do you know what? We may be getting old now, but you've got to admit we lived when technology was cool.
Absolutely, I had more fun. Now it's just boring and bland, and I feel sorry for people who this is all they know, because we definitely had a better childhood. And it's not even I remember back in the day. I remember genuinely being happy, and having fun and enjoying stuff. And every fucker is just miserable now. And I don't know how to.
Back in the day when you bought yourself a new phone, you knew it was going to last years, and in 18 months it wasn't going to be obsolete and falling apart.
But you saw something else that was just as bonkers, and you just got it because you're like, I want one of those. I don't know what it does. I don't want to find out.
Because it's like, you got it because back then new tech was affordable, not like now where it's like, yeah, you want a new phone? Mm-hmm. Pay 500 quid for it, pay $500 for it. It's golden and the flag's got the wrong number of stripes.
That's
the Trump phone. It's hilarious. I thought the American flag was supposed to have like 13 stripes, not 11. Because it was something to do with the original colonists. I'm British, and I know that. But enough of that, Marlon. Back to the cruise.
The only people that screech about him are lefty cunts like you, even though I say let's not bring it on the channel.
I'm not that lefty. I'm kind of like in the middle.
No, but I've said before, don't do this in the channel. Why you do? You know what I mean?
Because I'm a socialist. Oh. But let us get back to the burning red hot crucible that was the birth of the internet in 1998. It's Chisa. She leaning off a building into midair, holding on by one hand, and then she just like, without a sound, smiling, just casually lets go. And hit every single neon sign on the way down.
Yeah. And There's this couple at the bottom are in the middle of a snogging session. And I was like, oh, what was that? Like, I reckon it'd be a bit more than just, oh, what was that? When a body goes splat. Because it did just go splat. It took out a neon sign with it on the way down, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the first things that get said. This is nothing to me. This is nothing to do with me. I'm nothing to do with this. Oh my God, what's happened? All these people talking, not one of them is saying anything like, quick, call an ambulance, get help. They're just all kind of like asking what's happening or denying being a part of it.
That's big cities. That's city mentality.
Yeah, got to be. It's also kind of like
I'm the same. Honestly, if something's going on, I'm crossing the street and moving on because you don't know whether it's a setup.
I'll say we've had this conversation before, isn't it? It's kind of like not worth getting involved just because of like. I mean, it's like you're walking through. Say you're walking through a supermarket. There's a little kid sitting on the floor, bawling its eyes out. Everybody just gives this kid as wide a berth as they can.
Yeah, because if you go talk to the kid, pick it up, next thing you know, you've got two parents jumping on you.
Next thing you know, you're in a prison cell being beaten up.
Yeah, and it's like, nah, not worth it. Sorry.
Not worth it.
That's the society we're in now. And yeah. So you can kind of see this. This is already foreshadowing. The instant thought is, oh no, I'm going to get roped into something. But we'll go to the day, and there's a theme throughout this. Something in the air, like the pylons, and you hear this humming. And this
it's the 60 hertz hum. It's a real thing.
But this was
kind
back
of
to
normally you don't hear it, you just feel it. It's the thing that makes the hair on the back of your neck trickle up when you walk under an electricity pylon.
But we're also talking about back in the day when the thought was not just carrying information, but could it carry memories? Could the digitization, could it be sentient? Is it possible? You know, Ghost in the Machine, do electric or do computers dream of electric sheep? You know what I mean? Asimov, it's all been, this is all that culture coming to the fore. So the idea that electricity pylons could possibly carry souls or voices or be sentient was a real thing. It was generally in the zeitgeist. It was like part of the urban myths of the time. And then this is where we meet Lane on the train. That rhymes.
Be very careful with rain. Well, yeah, it's kind of like
Lane in the rain on a train going to Spain.
Lane in the rain.
That could be right. Well, there will be a song by next session. We'll have a song composed. That'll be the intro.
It's like, could this be the beginning of a new career for Colin? Beat poet.
Nah, God, I have enough going on. You seen how busy this bloody channel is? I don't have time for anything else.
It's like this channel is so busy that I'm not managing to keep up with the amount of content you're putting out. So it's kind of like, well, then I'm just gonna have to like put an hour or two. I'm gonna like get off my computer an hour or two later and like sit in bed with a cup of tea and watch it.
God,
cup of tea. It's horrific. What more could you want?
It's become like it could be a whole TV channel on its own, just 24-hour content the way it's going. Anyway, still fun to do. But we hear these voices anyway. They're trying to reach out, calling specifically to Lane to join them.
I like the way that like Lane is just kind of like there, standing on the train in the rain on the way to Spain, because I can't think of anywhere in Japan that rhymes with rain. And she's just kind of there listening to these voices, and you know she can hear them because she just blurts out in the middle of this train carriage, and everyone just kind of like stops and looks at her.
Yep. Shut up.
I mean, I know someone who did that, but they got Tourette's, so they had an excuse.
Which is interesting because at this point, Lane has not touched a computer yet.
No, it's like she, they don't call them PCs, they call them Navis.
I thought that was a brand,
which is interesting. Why do they call them Navis? I haven't been able to find out. I found out loads of stuff about this series, but I cannot find out what Navi is short for.
I thought it was a brand name, like Dell or HP or something, you know. But...
Oh, you're getting on with your Navi, but you've got to admit, it's like AirPC when you first see it is one of the coolest PCs I've ever seen. Probably designed by Apple, because Apple used to make really cool looking PCs.
It's almost like a terminal. It's not. It's like a hardcore work terminal, rather than just a PC.
Yeah, but the way it's designed, it looks like a kid's toy.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a bit where eventually when she walks into her dad's office, who is a proper hardcore PC nerd, me and him would be friends. But it's like she walks in and she's like, "Dad, I want a new Navi." And he's like, yes, you should have a new Navi, my daughter. You cannot play with that children's Navi forever. So I'm wondering, is it kind of like, does it look like that because it's like aimed at kids?
Could be.
Because it's kind of like red and has like curves and bumps and things.
Yeah, and it folds and it sits up straight and it's on like a molded stand. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah. But the fact that something like that, like it was laptop size, can connect to the internet back then.
Yeah, I love everything. Everything appears to be wireless, and everything is voice activated.
Mm-hmm. And 3D projected.
3D holographic screens. I mean, come on, it's the 21st century now. Where's my holographic screen?
Well, social media happened and everyone got dumb. That's what happened.
The world happened.
There's a direct correlation between social media and people becoming idiots and innovation going out the window. Because don't forget, people at work in tech companies also use social media. People that design the things also use social media. So the people inventing the stuff are getting dumbed down.
The thing is, I don't use social media. Why am I so stupid?
You keep bumping your head off stuff. You keep getting kicked in the head by horses and stuff. So,
well, this is true.
So just said, you know, it might have there's a correlation between getting kicked in the head repeatedly by horses and maybe losing a few brain cells.
It wasn't the horse that kicked me. It was the stable wall when I jumped out of the way of the horse's hoof that kicked me, knocked two of my teeth out. It's like, this is true. I do keep banging my head on solid things.
Yeah, that's not good. Same as doom scrolling. You know what I mean? That has about the same effect. Although I think you can recover from a head injury. I don't know about, because I do feel like your brain cells get sucked out of you.
No, because it's like being hit in the head isn't something you go out your way to do. Yet doom scrolling is something you will quite happily inflict on yourself for hours and hours at a time. Just in the hope that you're going to find someone worse off than you are, so you can have a laugh at them.
No, but that's why I don't bother with. You know what I mean? I use social media for the channel, but even if you go through that, nothing's about your friends. It's all these random ads and videos and stuff, like sponsored content on your feed.
Yeah.
In fact, miss out on what your friends are doing because it's superseded. So I've stopped bothering with it because I'm like, why do I want to watch 20 ads or this? You know what I mean? Where's my updates from? And I have very few people on my social media personally because I keep it realistic with people I actually interact with, friends and family and stuff. I don't add everybody because it's my personal thing.
It's got to the point now where Facebook has actually stopped sending me notifications. But it's that long since I've answered it. I started a Facebook page to take part in a competition held by that amazing game, World of Tanks. We're not sponsored. And it's like, that was it. I made the entire Facebook page grey. No images or anything, just grey. And that's all I did to it.
Mm.
I used it at a competition. I think I logged into it twice and that was it.
God, even Facebook used to be interesting when they had the online games like Parrots. What was that one? Battle Parrots and Backyard Monsters and like dopey games like that.
Oh yeah. Then somebody realized that like you could use like social media for like the P word, politics, and to complain about people and the way things are with some kind of like anonymity to protect you, and everybody just turned into keyboard warriors.
But back in the days, in this era, MySpace, Yahoo chat, MSN chat, Bebo, it was still there, but people didn't get.
Yeah,
but then again,
like I say,
the normies weren't on the internet then.
Yeah, the only people who use things like that are either people in business or people with hobbies like, I don't know, like computer gaming, role playing, anime, manga, that kind of thing, who couldn't like, because you had to think about it, like the main region for anime in the West up until like literally the early about 2008, 2010, something like that, was America. It's like I used to get all my anime from America because America was the only place you could get it from. You'd ship videotapes out there, and they'd with a list of stuff, and you'd send them like enough money to cover like package and posting, and they'd send you videotapes back with anime on it. I've still got some of them. Never getting rid of my copy of D4 Princess.
So that was back to my original statement. You were a weirdo for being on the internet back then. Now you're considered a weirdo if you don't. Because the normies hadn't swarmed the place. Yep. And it was definitely happier.
Because it's like the internet was around for ages. The internet was around for best part of a decade before it became part of normal society. The moment it normalized is when everyone else piled onto it. Because it was like, oh, now it's normal. We're allowed to use it. My mum, she was one of the warriors who was really worried about what kind of person I would talk to if I was allowed on the internet. So when I first started using the internet, I had to use it under supervision. One of my brothers had to be in here to watch over what I'm doing. One of my brothers had to be with me to see what I was doing.
Yeah, mine was the same. We used to freak out. Like,
feel free to roll your eyes, because I did.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They never got it. But we were definitely happier because now that all the normies are on, they just make life miserable because all they do is bitch and moan and they're not happy and complain. And even like there were urban legends. This is revolving around the urban legends of the time. And even people were making up better stories about urban legends, about the internet as a concept. So in this case, it's known as The Wired. And we find out that Chisa, because it appears in school the next day, Chisa's topped herself. But an email went out and everyone was freaking out because they didn't understand you could schedule emails even back then.
Oh, but is it a scheduled email?
No, but what I'm saying is because of the ignorance that didn't even cross their mind. I'm trying to talk about culture. I'm trying to talk about urban legend. I'm trying to talk about the mythology of the internet. Like you were saying, you could talk to any weirdo. You can talk to any weirdo now, but because everyone else is doing it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like there's more weirdos now because they all fucking found out how to use. You know, it's easy for them to use.
It's more dangerous now because you can talk to any weirdo you want in real time.
Because they don't need any modicum of intelligence to get a mobile phone. So yeah, it's actually more dodgy now than it was when we were on it. But it doesn't matter because it was something I didn't understand.
Mm.
Yeah, they're the worst in the world. But what I'm saying is about the fact that an email went out after Cheese's death, everyone automatically freaked out because that's not possible. But it very much was. I remember back in the day, it was I gave a talk, rather like a small 1 day course for local business owners on how to use email. And I mean, they were genuinely stumped. Like it was, when was this? This was 90,
God.
about the same time, 97, 98. It was about the same time.
Mm.
Because I was doing it from a
Yeah.
course, college course, and it was run it was part of, what was my thesis? I was looking into business parks and can business parks, was there a business case for fuck's sake, I can't even remember the word now that I used. Basically, could it be more than just a shared space that people rent out to different businesses? Could they collaborate? Could, for example, like running the course, buy in courses as a group block, even though they're competing businesses? And that's what I was trying to find out. And because I work for a training company, I was able to, run a course and stuff because I got funded by council, so I got that sorted out. Was it council? It was some good body anyway. But people were like blown away the fact that you could set up an email and like copy, attach images, even though like you attach one image to an email, that was it. It was taking 2 hours to download.
Back in the days when it'll never catch on, and it's like
Yeah.
it's kind of like, it's a fad. It'll be gone. Couple of months time, that's it. The internet, it'll never catch on. What a load of rubbish.
Yeah, I was back in that day of everything's I don't want to give up on paper copies or writing a letter and stuff. You know, what I mean, it just back then you couldn't import contacts. It was really difficult because things didn't talk to each other. It was bloody hard. You know, you couldn't have an address list back then and import it. Now you can. It's easy, but that was one of the early things as well I was looking at. But yeah, that's the fact that the Chisa email comes out the next day and everyone's in freaking out and thinks it's a joke and thinks it's a horrible prank. And Lane is completely oblivious.
She bless her. She comes across as like one of those students who doesn't really interact with everyone else. She just sits in a corner, keeps quiet, and gets the work done. Probably getting a lot of it wrong at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, but it's like the girl with the pigtails, whose name I can't remember, or the girl with the bunches. There seems to be a bit of overreaction in her the way this is affecting her.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That was the fear. But you know what I mean? Don't forget, people were actually, I would say, a lot more superstitious back then. Like urban legends were a thing of the 90s, early 2000s. Like people still had that superstition, and that led to storytelling. That's why things were, believe it or not, that's why I believe things were better. Because you need you need to be able to suspend disbelief. You need that wonderment of the world. Everyone now is so cynical that it's actually killed our imagination. It's therefore killed our storytelling. It's therefore killed our problem solving abilities. It's killed our our ability to invent and innovate. That's all being killed, and it's down to the wonderment of the world. So the internet, this case the Wired, was like the last wonderment that we had. The idea of reaching out into the ether, and could be anything or anybody, or that the machine itself could be sentient. I mean, that was the last sort of thing, and that has been, we've just completely crushed it. It's gone now. everyone's a cynical bastard. Everyone's just miserable. And we're worse for it. So yeah, this conversation wouldn't happen
All
today.
of us. Only some of us.
Yeah, this conversation wouldn't happen today.
No, it wouldn't. But it's kind of like, have you received an email, Lane? I don't know. Do you get email? Oh, I'm not really very technological, she says, or words to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Which is proven by the fact that when she actually goes to check, she's got like piles of books and cuddly toys on top of her PC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just bright under there.
So she like pushes the books to one side, moves the cuddly toy. There's a hat. She puts the hat on. The hat's got teddy bear ears on it because, of course, it has.
That's actually important because that changes as these episodes progress.
Because it's like Lane. Lane is very childish. She's got like she's got a teddy bear onesie that she wears. So I'm not going to lie, kind of jealous of that teddy bear onesie. I would totally have there's a shark onesie that you can buy, and I keep looking at it and thinking like 55, maybe a bit too old for that.
You have to maybe. Am I going too far?
It's basically like it's not what it's like a shark sleeping bag, and you can actually stick yourself in it. So you've just got your feet hanging out of its mouth, and I'm like, I could sleep like that. That looks really comfy, but it might be a bit hot come summer.
Yeah. But then we find out about Lane's household. Like, dinner was excruciating.
How dysfunctional is that family?
That mother is permanently on Prozac or something. Like, she's gone.
Yeah.
She hates her kids. She hates being there.
And she doesn't really talk to anybody. She doesn't say anything. She just seems to be standing around all day.
Mm-hmm. As I said, at Prozac or something, she's off her head and stuff because she's completely detached from the world, and yeah, not good. The father
is like, honey, I'm home, goes and plugs himself into the PC.
Yep.
Or PCs. How many computers has that bloke got?
About 8 screens.
I know he's got like 8 monitors plus the floating holographic bits. He's got like easily the same number of all the grown-up PCs, all the adult PCs that you see in this anime are beige boxes.
Mm-hmm. Because that was it. That was your option.
That I've got like that. Not gonna lie, it did make me feel old to see all these beige boxes. But yeah, it's like I like the fact that you get like Navi's. Lane's little Navi is kind of like a really, really, really like cool, interesting looking thing, bright red.
Mm-hmm. But then, as he says, it was that's for children. But who the hell would say this is how you know the parents are messed up? Especially as we've just had this entire conversation. The father goes, you need to go to the internet and meet people.
Yeah, it's like go on the internet and talk to strangers. It'll be good for you.
Like, no, that was definitely not the conversation. That was like, don't go on the internet, don't meet people.
Chaperoning is where you need to stand there with like the cable that connects you to the internet in your hand, so that if anybody else you don't know says hello, you can yank it out the wall before they have a chance to say anything else, which would lock your computer up for half an hour as it tried to unconnect itself from the non-existent dial-up.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most interesting member of Lane's family is it Nami, her sister, who just seems like you've got dad who doesn't care. You've got mum who doesn't care. And then there's Nami who just seems to hate everyone. She doesn't say it, but she's just got this kind of like simmering anger that comes off her.
That's the older sister, isn't
it? It's elder sister. I've got 2 of them. And then you've got Lane. He just kind of sits there through the entire meal, staring a bowl of soup.
No, so you can kind of see why escapism
Mm.
or why she's withdrawn, because she doesn't have a healthy. That's not a healthy family. And when the father, you see him ordering what was it? There's like lingerie and stuff in that, like picture. I don't know whether he's ordering avatars or what. It wasn't quite that time, but he's not interested in his wife. He's just looking online because he's not getting it at home. And yeah, it's just not a good family setup. Everyone's just cold and detached from each other. So you can understand why Lane would have problems building friendships, etc., because she doesn't see it at home.
Like again, it's one of those horrors of the internet kind of thing, though, isn't it? Because people are saying like, "Oh, people being plugged into the internet all day, they're gonna lose their ability to communicate with real people because there's no real people on the internet."
Mm-hmm.
No, it's this and that, and people are going to become antisocial, and they're not going to be able to deal with each other, and people aren't going to want to talk to each other. Mankind's going to be dying out because they'd rather be like, be playing games and chatting to people they don't know online than, like having children, raising families.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, episode 1 is like 1998, the nightmare that is the internet and all the horrors that are going to spawn from it.
All the urban legends, everything.
It's like whoever wrote this, because I believe it's an original story. It's like whoever wrote this really, really got down to the nitty gritty when they were kind of like when they were investigating the internet, because it's like everything that's happening in this is all like fears that people had at the time. So it's like the Lane is very, very relevant to kind of like the time period it was released in.
You couldn't get more on the button if you'd done it, like if you had been in retrospect doing it like now. If we went back now and did a study on the time period and looked at it, you couldn't get more on the writers are really, really clued in. They got it.
Yeah, it's I think if you want to do some kind of like, I don't think you can like successfully do something like this in retrospect, because it's like
you can't explain it unless you were there.
It's like history changes. History changes, right? So if you go and ask people like, what was the late 90s like? Everybody will have a different story, half of which have been like blown out of proportion.
Mm-hmm. So
because that's what memories do.
Similar to yourself, I come from the late 90s as a nerd, an outcast, somebody different. Most of the people I went to school with, it was a rough school. They're all like chavs. Just tracksuits, football, rave. That was the thing. So their experience of the 90s is completely different from mine. The internet to me became a lifeline because I was able to actually talk to people who were into the same stuff.
Yeah.
Because you had to be like very tribal. If you weren't one, like I stuck out like a sore thumb in school.
Oh God, I was such a nerd. I was so nerdy. My school uniform, which was like trousers, shirt, tie, and blazer, actually suited me. That's how much of a nerd I was.
The only time I got to meet my own people was when I first went to Games Workshop. That was it. That's when the door opened, and I realized that I wasn't alone in my own city. But up to then, I was floundering. But that's all being played out here.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. We're sort of talking about this.
I'll look up.
Very simple.
Yeah.
But it's
like
It's more
like
the feeling that it's bringing across.
it is going to be incredibly easy to tangent on this one because this is our history. We have lived this. Like my local comics, we used to have a local comic shop. We used to have all kinds of weird stuff. And one of the things they had was this little kind of like really cheaply produced, crappy little magazine called Anime UK. Yeah. That was my point of contact before the internet. You'd actually, and I know, I don't know if many people who are watching this will have heard of this. Yeah. You wrote to people.
That's a mad concept, isn't it?
I know it's a mad concept. You actually like put pen to paper and use stamps and sent letters. But that's how it started. When the internet suddenly burst on the scene, everybody started doing like MSN website. Oh my god!
Yeah, that was it. Oh, what? Sorry, Luna's just told me she bought 2 horrific T-shirts and a mug. What designs? Did you go for? What designs did you go for? Because we've got a few on. I'd be interested to know because I was trying to have this chat with people about what designs to focus on and which ones to take to conventions because I'm not getting much feedback from folks what designs they like. So it'd be cool to see what you actually chose. Oh, really happy with that. That's cool. Good to see. You have a whole merch store and it's actually linked into the YouTube page as well, so you can just see it now. It's all cool.
Buy all of it, or we'll keep tangenting, and this stream will last forever.
Yeah,
which is very dangerous possibility. But it's kind of like the arrival of the internet for people who were willing to give it a chance and willing to risk it after all, like the urban legends and everything. But it brought freedom that the humble nerd had never had before. Because now, instead of like standing in corners with a small group of people and whispering about what you were into, so that people couldn't, the rest of the normal world couldn't listen to you and take the piss out of, you could actually form groups and chat rooms and talk openly about anime and why SCSO was one of the greatest anime ever made. Ram half also in there.
Oh, the horrific trees, excellent. I've got that. That's the one I wear. So what it done as well is it upgraded that one, so it now has a bit of shadow, and the ghost. So that's the hauntings. That's the T-shirt that matches with Horrific Tales Volume 1. Where am I? I have short arms. So that's the designer merch that goes along with that book. So there you go. There's a plug-in. Sorry, gotta get some plugs in.
All the Horrific Tales book, very well worth it. I've enjoyed every single one of them.
Volume 5 is coming out very soon when I actually get a minute to read through all the stories.
Oh, wow.
I was planning to do it this weekend, but nah, it didn't happen.
Yeah, my weekend kind of went like that. I got this huge list of things I was going to do. To be honest, I picked up the list and read it. So it's kind of like that. To me, that's progress.
But anyway, where were we? Okay. This is. I wasn't expecting to get derailed as much, but this is proper nostalgia when you think about it. This is just calling back to our time. This is our thing. These are our fears. Coming into early adulthood, and the world was changing, but it wasn't changing for everybody else. It was changing for those that were interested. Like, we were one of the first people on the internet, as it is today. We were the first people in chat groups and using Messenger and playing online games. Like, we were the first people into that. And
God, I feel old.
Because we are.
You're only as old as you feel, which when I woke up this morning was 90 something. But that is the problem with watching something like this. I mean, when I first watched this, it was new. It was kind of like, it was cutting edge. And now you watch something like this, and it's like a warm hug from your mother. It really is.
Yeah, it's proper. We were there. We know exactly what this is. It's one of these series, and I don't even know if it's just too intuitive. It just gets it. It gets the feeling, the vibes. Even you know, what I mean, it's not so much like what Lane herself isn't doing a lot. It's what's going on around her at this point.
Yeah, I say she's without.
Hasn't really taken off yet herself.
She's one of the quietest anime protagonists. I'm pretty sure that in episode 1 she only says like half a dozen words.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly it's just her walking, sitting, looking like sitting or standing around or sitting around, looking slightly clueless, like she's got no idea.
And then we've got obviously the next episode. We're in the nightclub in Siberia.
Got to be honest, what a great name for a nightclub.
It's playing the whole Cyberpunk thing, and obviously, it's more Blade Runner than Matrix. Like in the real world, it's more Blade Runner style. You got these clubs and the whole cyberpunk thing and that, and the alt group. Because even the normie, you know, what I mean, it wasn't really a normie bar nightclub, you know, for ravers.
No, it's like everyone in that club seems to be some kind of computer nerd because they're all talking about the Wired and things like that.
Yep.
The fact that it appears to be a nightclub, but there's these three. How old are they? 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe? There's these three young kids sitting there, babbling about stuff.
But we see this guy in the bar, and the waitress comes up to him, and it's a drug deal.
Can we just have a waitress appreciation moment?
You didn't really see her face. It was sort of hidden.
Oh, she was wearing a gas mask.
That's right. Oh god, she was in like a. That's right.
She right. My memory, she's kind of like there wearing kind of like.
It's wearing like a nurse's uniform, but with a gas mask.
From the neck downwards, it's kind of like sexy red latex nurse kind of thing, and then she's wearing a gas mask. So it's kind of like, okay, what kind of club is this, and would I fit in there? Does it exist in real life, and how much is the door fee?
But the drug deal, if we'll call it that, has to be the strangest thing ever.
Yeah. 10,000 yen. What a ripoff. Normally deals for 4,000.
But basically what he's getting is what I would equate to a 7 C's, a cod liver oil capsule, which is split open, and inside it is a microchip.
A very spiky one.
Yes. I'm not eating that. Like, I could get it if you're putting it in the, you know, if I had been in the tablet, the capsule, I thought that might be the whole point to grease it down, but the fact you have to take it out.
Right, I have a theory about this. Yeah, you're actually supposed to take the damn thing in its capsule. Yeah, but if you do, you have to wait for the capsule to dissolve before it does anything. By cutting it out of its capsule and just kind of like chugging it in its spiky form, it works quicker.
Right.
Which is why the moment he swallowed it, he was kind of like, whoa! Everything feels accelerated.
No, it was a strange one, just the whole going through it. And that's the sort of Matrix, you know, you think of the
Mm.
the pods that the machine world had for people that grew them in. I was thinking that,
Yeah.
I was getting that sort of vibe from it. We go back and we meet Leon's sister again, and there's a nastiness to her.
I'm like, she's a snarky bitch. Yeah, she's angry with everyone and everything. Parents, parents, school friend, boyfriend, you name it. She's angry with everyone. But out of the 4 members of that Lane's family, she's the most interesting character in there.
Mm. But you wonder there's something in Lane that provokes her. And her sister doesn't bother with her. That's the thing.
But it's just kind of like it's just kind of like this. It's almost as if there's almost a feeling as if Lane's family is composed out of a group of complete strangers that don't know each other. Because it's like not one of the members. It's like the only people who seem to have some kind of connection is Lane and her father, and that's only because Lane has sponged a new PC off her father, or he's going to, because she does that. She did it in like a couple of minutes in this episode,
which was even the way that went, it says more about her father than her, because she would have been happy, I think, with just another slight upgrade, not top of the range model. She didn't ask for top of the range. You wet your pants model.
You finally want a new Navi. Here, let me buy you a crazy supercomputer.
Yeah. That even the delivery person's like, I wanted one of those. What? I'm jealous.
Go and wire it in. Good luck. I was reading this afternoon on how to flash the BIOS on my motherboard, and I'm just kind of like, no, I'll just buy a new PC instead. I'll just wait for this one to burn out.
I was trying to learn how to plug in the power unit.
Yeah.
And I couldn't for the life of me get it, because they never show you the same motherboard. Every fucking thing's different. And I'm sorry, but I'm learning something for the new time for the first time. I need to do step by step. I don't need variables. I need a constant. Show me how to do this one with this shape and these connections. Then I'll figure it out.
Go to the website and search your motherboards. Your motherboard.
Well, computer's gone now. Before I got rid of it. Because it's taking up space.
Search up your manufacturer's date on the motherboard. My motherboard had a manufacturer.
The mine was a custom.
I'm a Luddite. It's not 1998 anymore. I know nothing about computers.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've completely lost interest, because there's too many knockoff brands and stuff and whatever. Just it's a pain in the arse now. Anyway,
it's totally an off-the-shelf AMD. I should just go and ask.
We've got obviously Lane's sister admonishing her for not getting up for school and being a bitch to her. And then we've got this black car waiting outside the house, and these strange people. Well, you don't even see them at this point, but you just see the red dots checking Lane out as she's heading away.
It's kind of like Lane hasn't done anything yet. So it's kind of like, who are these people and why are they watching her?
Yep. But then we get the first hint when she goes into school, because they're like, what were you doing last night at the nightclub? We saw you.
Being all mouthy and shouting at people and swearing and whatnot. Does it show you right at the beginning of this episode, like Lane in the nightclub, mouthing off at some guy and walking away?
It's all in the background. Because the first bit is Chisa, obviously. No, this goes back to the same straight. We see a bit in the background, but not enough. Like, nothing's being spelled out. But yeah, the girls are convinced they saw Lane at the nightclub, and Lane's like, no.
No, she was too right. Here's why Lane wants a new PC. because back in episode 1, she drags her PC out from behind all these books and cuddly toys and really cute hats with teddy bear ears on. And she discovers that she's had I'm going to call it an interactive email, because email don't normally answer your questions when you talk to them. From Chisa, the girl who killed herself at the beginning of episode 1. And the whole reason she wants a more powerful PC is because she keeps looking to see if she's received more email. And there's this whole kind of like God in the machine thing going on, where as part of their email, Chisa states that she is now she's not dead. She's just left like the mortal world and now lives inside the wire.
She had to shed her body to go inside the wire.
Yeah, she shed her body so she could live. So
the wired, sorry.
So Lain wants a more powerful PC because it's like the amount of power your computer has dictates how much power you have in the wired. It's the same way as if you're playing first-person shooters. The faster your internet connection, the better you'll do because less latency.
Back to Unreal Tournament, that was a thing. Your bandwidth, it needed as much. It wasn't so much about connectivity because it's just a phone line. And don't forget, this is pre fiber optic cable.
Oh God! I mean,
fiber optic cable didn't come in until 2002 or something. You know what I mean? Domestically. Like the concept was there, but it wasn't available domestically. So this was still copper wire phone lines, and it was as much power you could push for your PC affected your connectivity than anything else.
Yeah.
So this is on the nose. This is like proper. Like you can sit and
whoever whichever group or whichever individual was responsible for researching like the background material for Lain, I want to shake their hand and buy them a pint.
Because you could boost, even if you had a 14.4 kilobyte second modem, you could boost the signal various ways. You know what I mean? There was ways to do it and you learned about it. Even when it went up to 28, and I would say there's a massive jump, it still wasn't enough. The technology was out. It was like what happened to Nokia. Nokia's advancements, the networks, the infrastructure wasn't able to keep up with it. Their advancements, so that's why they failed, because the stuff they built they couldn't deliver because the networks were bad. It was the same as PCs. PCs were outperforming the carrier and the pricing system because we were behind. Our pricing system over here, we're always being ripped off. And it cost an absolute bloody fortune because it was by the minute. And you were doing everything you could to save money.
I started out with, I've always had BT as my internet, British Telecom. I started with BT off a CD that you had to send off for.
Mm-hmm.
The first hour was free. So I was allowed to use the internet for an hour, and then I had to unplug it, switch it off, plug it back in, and start it up again for another 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Until it got to 9 o'clock, which is when my sister phoned, and I had to get off the internet altogether so my mum could talk to my sister. Ah, the good old days. But it's like this is right. The stuff that's happening in Lain, in Serial Experiments Lain, for the time when Lain was released, 98, is so on the nail. It's almost as if like they've literally ripped it from some kind of like tech magazine or some thesis that some bloke at MIT has just released onto this newfangled internet thing about computers for people to read.
But also, it was just the zeitgeist. You know what I mean? You can't study culture. You know, the zeitgeist. You know, the actual conversations and all back in the time. Because I remember these conversations. I remember the fear. I remember the excitement. You know what I mean? Not just older people my age as well had like there was superstition. It was massive.
The Daily Mail was full of horror stories about the internet.
And this is even pre-Nigerian Prince era. Because
Yeah.
like there was no bot emails. Bots weren't that sophisticated. So
I'll
if
say,
you wanted to
the,
mail shop people, it was old school.
yeah, the spam bot didn't exist. If you
Mhm.
if you wanted to spam 100 people with email, you had to send 100 emails. You
Mhm.
couldn't even really kind of like
BCC
oh
era,
no,
like that many, you were limited.
yeah, it's
Because
like
it would
you
freeze
could
up
only
because of the connection.
yeah,
Because of
it's
connection
like you
speed.
could,
Any more than 10, you were gumming up the
oh, like any more than 10, you'd slow your system down so much that you'd disconnect. You'd automatically disconnect from the internet to save resource. God,
different
it's like,
times.
and it's like we used to sit there like we used to queue it up to send like 10 emails, and then we used to go out and hunt mammoth.
Hmm.
How long ago this is? It's like we're talking about the Stone Age, isn't it? It's no.
But Lane, this fits perfectly with Lane wanting a more powerful PC because that email sparked something in her and she wants more.
Yeah, yeah.
And the
It's
reality of what emails were like you couldn't, unless you were there, you can't describe what this was like. This is
yeah,
real.
yeah.
It was a
Because
real thing.
dad's like, yes, the Navi you've been using at the moment is perfect for a child, but now you're an adult, you'll want to go deeper into the wide. And you're just kind of like pointing at the screen, going like, yes, he gets it. I know what he's talking about. I know where this is coming from. This is the truth. I love it. I like the first time I watched Lain, I didn't get it until episode 3. Something in episode 3 just clicked, and it went from being like, I don't get this, I don't understand this, to being one of my favorite anime. I am so chuffed that there are other people out there who also think this is good.
It's just a snapshot of the time, and
It
using
is.
this is what
It's
horror does. Okay, it takes the fears and anxiety, it puts it into story form. But this is just so accurate, and even the fact
well,
that it's set in Japan, it doesn't matter.
it, I hope that someone in Hollywood doesn't learn about Serial Experiments Lain, or they'll probably try and make a bloody film out of it.
Oh, fuck off! No, no
It's
adaptations,
like
please.
every time Akira gets mentioned in live action, it's like we pull out the the shrine to Canada and start oh great mighty Canada, please don't let this happen.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, it's illegal to have GoFundMe's that take out Taika Waititi, because every time I hear Akira and his name mentioned in the same breath, I want to do that. I want to start a GoFundMe to get him taken out, so it never happens, because that would be wrong.
It like part of me, the sick,
Then you purge that part. You go
the
to
sick,
church, you do
perverted part of me that kind of like enjoys watching people suffer. Actually, kind of like wants to make me actually kind of want. I don't know.
No.
It's like, I'd have to like.
The answer is no.
I'd have to do terrible things to myself to kind of like try and make everything okay in the world again.
It would have to involve razor blades at least.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things like, I want to know how bad it would be, but then again, I don't like. But
do you know what you're sounding like? You know one of them cultists out of Call of Cthulhu who wants to open the portal to the fucking
no.
That's what you're sounding like.
No, because it's kind of like Cthulhu cultist. It's kind of like, oh, great Cthulhu, please let them make a live action Akira. And Cthulhu's at the bottom of the ocean going like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Not even
the big door to Riot has been just closed and Cthulhu's bolted it. You know, when put the chain locks on.
Not even Azathoth, the crawling chaos himself, wants a live action Akira. It must never happen. It must never happen. Like, Osamu Tezuka's corpse would rise out of the ground like Godzilla and destroy everyone involved with it. It must never happen.
That would actually be a good film to make.
That would be a bit, or just a program where Osamu Tezuka comes back. And
the storyline is they're trying to make a live action Akira with Taika Waititi as the director, and that's what summons
Osamu Tezuka comes back as a Japanese vampire. You know, one of the hopping ones.
Just hops all over California till he finds him.
Finds what's his name and just kind of like doesn't hop, just kind of like jumps up and down on his face for the rest of the series. It's like him finding what's his name wants to be the director would only be 10 minutes of the film. The rest of this epic, it's 4 hours long. It's just Osamu Tezuka jumping up and down on his face.
Think Passion of the Christ, except it's Taika Waititi
I
getting
watch
jumped on. Yep.
There doesn't need to be a live action of Akira. There doesn't need to be a high definition version of Akira. There only needs to be 2 versions of Akira: the one we've got now and the manga series.
And even the 4K restoration wasn't egregious. It didn't change anything.
Right, yeah. Because the anime was made before the manga was finished, and there's quite a lot more in the manga that isn't in the anime. That is the thing that makes me think, you know, a new Akira animation, not a new version of the film Akira, but just kind of like a one that covers the Tokyo Metropolitan Empire arc. I'll use its name just to get people interested.
Not with today's writers.
No, it would have to be. It would have to be like the massive, geekiest fanboy you could find, because the world's most massive, geekiest fanboy would at least have a decent chance of actually staying on plot and doing it as it should be. See, to me, the ideal remake of Akira would just be like exactly the same thing, exactly the same shot, timing, and music, but with a slightly more modern, clearer animation style. It doesn't need to be more colourful.
No, the 4K restoration did it. I haven't seen it.
4K, in a way, the 4K restoration is my ideal, because it just made it clearer.
Yeah, that's all needed.
Akira, but Akira is kind of like worth it, because Akira is set in like a dystopian version of New York, and in a way, so is Lane. Because it's like Lane is.
No, this is more. There's this is more normal life and an underground.
It's
waiting in the shadows. This is more that.
It's a technological dystopia. Like today, we live in a technological dystopia. You look at all these people walking around in the streets. They're not talking to each other. They're all glued to the screens on their phones. The streets may as well be empty, except for each individual person on their phone.
No, you can see it. But we'll find out as well. The name of this weird chip thing is called Akela, and it's a cybernetic supplement. And it releases nanobots.
Apparently it speeds up your... It's come like a cybernetic supplement that connects itself to your nervous system and speeds up the way your like brain chemically message things.
But then naturally
it sounds like a brilliant idea, and I'd love to know where I can get some.
Yeah, but that's another strange scene as well, because when Lane goes home again, or in fact, it's later on that night, because this is where she gets the delivery of the PC, and the delivery guy's just freaking out.
It's kind of weird that the guy delivering the PC is actually kind of like waiting outside her home for them to arrive. Normally, they not once jump in the van and go off.
No, this is different. You don't remember getting a PC delivered?
Yeah, but I've always made sure when the PC's delivered, I've always made sure that I'm in.
No, but I mean, it wasn't just the delivery; it was the company. You got your PC delivered by a computer company, and the person that was delivering it was setting it up for you.
I remember I bought an Alienware. There's a lot I could say about it, but I'm not, because I'm going to be nice tonight. I had an Alienware, and I swear to God, they got like an honor guard and people on like trumpets for fanfare when it arrived. I remember there being 2 women dressed in kind of like togas with laurels on their heads and baskets of rose petals, scattering them in front of the bloke as he walked up.
No, because both times I got my PC, honestly, it was a bloke from the company came and he set it up, unboxed it, set it up, made sure it was all working.
Uh,
That was part of it. That was just normal part of the service. Now, obviously, you just get it dumped on your doorstep, and that's it.
yeah, so the
But back
bing
then, it
bong,
was getting
no, big,
a PC
mm,
was an occasion because I
big-
spent about $2,000. You know what I mean? It was about
right,
$2,000
right,
for
right.
the PC.
Back in the 90s and the early noughties, buying a new PC was like buying a car.
Mm-hmm.
It was like it was literally like going to a showroom and buying a car.
And that was it. You got that sort of service. You know what I mean? The came, they set it up for you. It was like them taking it out of the showroom and doing all their bits and validating and making sure it was all, set up. That's what happened. They came
Yeah.
to your house. They set the thing up for you. Yes, I could do it myself, but it wasn't the point. That was part of that. You were buying a high range product.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy that delivered my PC got the ferry over from England. And the car ferry across.
Whoa.
That's what I'm talking.
Amazing.
That was the level of service you got. Like that wouldn't happen today.
Yeah. Kind of weird, but it's like I think about the hoo-ha and fanfare when I got my first PC. The mobile phone I'm using at the moment is more powerful than that PC.
Oh, just God's sake!
My mobile phone, I just walked into Tesco and it's like, yo, mind you, this was delivered by hand because they hadn't actually got the model that I wanted in. So, Motorola G56, it's not an expensive phone.
I complain about this thing, but oh my God, like, it's only when you realize how old tech, what it was like. But still, back then, that was the level of service you got. It was personally delivered to your house. The person came with it, set it up.
Well, it was like
that was considered a big sale. It was like selling a car or a piano or a big, a high value item.
Oh God, yes, but like buying a top of the range PC in like 98, like the late 90s, early noughties, it was kind of like buying a top of the range PC was the equivalent of buying, like I say, the equivalent of buying something like a Ferrari.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt, it was.
It's like when I got my first PC, it was the PC, the monitor, the keyboard, mouse, all together, massive, great pile of games. It wasn't just like nowadays you buy a PC, it's just the box. There's no keyboard, no mouse, no monitor.
And it's just delivered to you like a kettle. I mean, it's just posted to you now.
I've got to be honest, the kettle is way more useful than this PC because you can use the kettle to make a cup of tea.
Yeah, but this is the same thing that's seen with Liam. It's that same excitement that I know exactly what they're delivering to you, and the person delivering it is just as excited. Like the guy that
he's like, I can relate to the guy who's delivering it because he's a bigger nerd than me. I'm like, oh my God, you've got this one.
You have to be
something like this.
You didn't get into tech unless you were really into it. You know what I mean? It was like.
You didn't buy a PC just because. I mean, it's like if you think about it nowadays, it's like having a PC is like having a table lamp or a kettle or like a toaster. It's just something that you have in your house because it's like to live life to its fullest today. You need that connection to the internet so you can use your all singing, all dancing social media. I mean, like I'm going to be honest. I've been honest before. I suffer with mental health quite a lot. I don't get out much. If I could, I'd live in my house all the time, never go out. I rely on this box of flashing lights and twirling fans here. This is a lot of my social life. I talk to people and play games and have fun and listen to all kinds of stuff using my PC. It's a necessary part of my life. If this PC died at this moment, I would have a major panic until I got a new one.
No, I hear you.
So, but it's kind of like a PC has become like a kettle or a toaster or a lamp. It's just something that people have because it's part of everyday life. Back here, like you say, you didn't buy one unless you needed it, because it's like. I mean, God, for what I paid for the PC I'm using at the moment now, wouldn't have brought half of my first PC. Because, like I say, I went all my first PC. I went all out, and it cost me the best part of $3,000.
No, I paid similar. You know what I mean? Like it's in fact, it was about 95 wasn't as expensive. And so I really upgraded for the 98 one. That's where I really went overboard. And gotta have that thing for you.
P4.
I had ME I still have my PC, but I had ME on a laptop. And that was shite. And then it was my next upgrade was XP. Next big purchase. But then computers were changing back then. But anyway, let's get back to this because we've been fucking going around circles like mad.
We're going to be here until morning. I hope you know that. On episode 2.
I've got work. Yeah, I've got work. I can't.
I'll carry on my own. It'll be terrible. Yeah. Let's look. But it's so easy to tangent about something you've lived through.
Yeah, it was a magical time. It really was. And this is just and all that. But here's a strange thing. Father's come home and he's on the doors, in the little porch bit where they take off their shoes. And he's kissing their Lane's mother. They're both like greeting each other and nothing, just being affectionate with each other. Lane just pops up and the mother, like her mother's reaction is ridiculous.
It's almost a look of proper disgust, isn't it? That she gives
hatred.
I'm wondering did Mummy think she was in with a chance, and Lane spoilt it? Because as soon as Lane walks through that door, her dad's like, "Oh, I see your new computers arrived." Pushes Mum to one side because he can talk about computers now.
I could see that. But like this absolute hatred. You're just like, what is this? And you even see it when he's straight into setting up her system for her. And even Mika.
He's like, I'll set it up for you after we've eaten. Can't you set it up now? Whoosh, straight in there.
Yep.
It's a fairly normal looking PC.
But don't forget, it was an event. Setting up a new computer was an event.
Oh yeah.
It's so on the knuckle. Like it's not now. You plug and play, whatever. But back then, it was a thing.
Making sure like the green plug goes in the green socket and the red plug goes in the red socket. No such thing as USB. Everything used like PS2 ports.
Mm-hmm. LPT1.
Oh my God! Stop talking dirty to me. Stop talking dirty to me.
Did you ever look for the proper scanner so it just sit on top of your box and fit? It could be too big so it fell off the edge, and you wanted your desk so the thing would lift up.
Yes, I did.
Yes, we've all been.
Yes, I have walked into computer stores with a list of paper, not with technical specifications on it, but with measurements, so I can find a box that fits exactly between that gap there and that gap there.
Yep. And your desk if your desk didn't match your PC, the whole thing had to go.
Nowadays, everything is covered in dust, odds and ends, halfway covered up with sweet wrappers and things like that. It's like times have changed.
I dusted today. It was an event.
I'd
like tons of little things, baggies with cables and stuff, and I've actually put them in a drawer because I just let them accumulate everywhere, and I've like.
I need to buy a can of compressed air because I'm pretty sure graphics cards don't have fur like that.
No, you need to.
It's about 6 months since I blew my PC out, so it's getting ready to be done again.
Yeah. But yeah, this was an event, but yeah, even Mika is like, oh, you purring nerds. Like they were separate from like there's two halves of the household.
Right. Yeah.
Or sorry,
She
three halves
doesn't.
because Mika and her mother are estranged, and they're estranged from the only families like Lane and her father, and it's because of
It,
now.
like it's kind of like Mika and her mother are kind of like the rest of the world.
Mhm.
It's like you've got the two nerds on one side of the house, and then you've got normality, angry, and completely indifferent on the other side of the house.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that she gets the PC set up. She literally walks up the PC, says like Navi, sets it up. She sets the PC up. Everything is voice activated again. Kind of jelly.
In English.
It's actually PC. Do I
Did you
have any
notice that?
new mail?
Did you notice that? The setup was in English. Everything else is spoken in Japanese until she speaks
Yeah.
to Navi.
It's like, is there any mail? You've got any? Have I got any mail? Lane has no new mail. Gets up, walks off. I tell you, the whole reason she wants a more powerful PC so she can dig deeper in the wild. She's looking for Chisa.
Mm-hmm. That's it. You know, that's what set her off. The email,
Mm.
everyone else is like giggling and freaking out and whatever else,
Mm.
but it sparks something in her, and this is what she searched. She wants to meet Misa. Yes.
Let's face it. Lane is us. Lane is every nerd in the 90s who discovered the internet.
Mm-hmm. The whole concept, you can talk to anybody anywhere. I want to go see that place. I want to like travel through.
That's
So
just it. It's like
me.
The internet. There's a whole huge wide world out there, and the invention of the internet shrunk it down to the size of whatever screen you're using.
Mm-hmm.
You can go anywhere, do anything on the internet. It's still better to go and see it and do it in real life.
Yeah, but
if
you were able to actually reach out. You didn't have to rely on someone else to tell you.
Yeah, it's like playing a game on the internet with someone who lives the other side of the world, making friends in countries that you know during your life you're never going to have a chance to visit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I've got a mate in India who I play Warframe with, who lives on the edge of the Sundarbans. They can see tigers from their bedroom, which is awesome and also incredibly scary.
Yeah,
awesome.
That was the magic. When the internet was just nerds, it was happier and safer because nerds are universal. We've always known this. Same as horror fans, same as anime. You know what I mean? The whole nerddom thing, right?
Yeah,
we get it. It didn't matter who or what we were in the world. If we were into the same stuff, we were the one tribe.
Right.
Then the normies got involved and they fucked everything up.
The thing about nerds is no matter who they are, no matter what they are into, nerds understand each other. It's like whether you're a horror nerd, an anime nerd, a jam nerd, a book nerd, who cares? You're nerds, and like nerds understand other nerds, and because of that, nerds look out for each other.
And it doesn't matter what language, etc., you speak, because you all speak the same. You find a way around it. In fact, that's why it's because of nerds is why Google Translate, the likes of Google Translate, became a thing, because we all tried to figure out how to talk to each other. And
whereas
ciphers
it's like
and fucking Rosetta Stone, you name it, just to try and have conversations.
But it's like more...
Remember the old books, the phrase books and stuff?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You would do that.
We don't need them now because we've got Google Translate that translates live.
No, this was birth of it.
Yeah.
The idea of wanting to wasn't a thing.
But that's just it. It's like anime fan. If you met an anime fan who you didn't speak the same language in, you communicate with pictures. It's like you'd send them a picture of your favorite anime, they send you a picture of theirs.
Yep, and then it just came.
New
Zealand.
And then it's like, because you wanted to talk to these people, you'd learn bits and pieces of their language. It pushed you to learn new things. But it's like normies. I hate the term normies. It's like people who don't have like a bond like that, individuals. They don't make that effort.
No. But when they want to shout and scream at each other and be nasty, they can do that, and they've no problem with that, and they'll still slag you off for what you do, and they hate you because of that passion, because they don't have it. No, I mean,
Oh
that's
my god, he's into anime. Yes, yes, I am.
Yep.
Feel free not to like it if you don't want to like it.
but that's not their psyche.
But that's
That's not
see,
the way they think. It's
oddly enough, Psyche is the name of the next episode.
Mhm.
But it's kind of like, it's like I don't like anime. If somebody else doesn't like anime, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because every single one of us is an individual, and we all have our individual tastes.
It's like,
I am not
if
going to
people don't like
get
horror,
I'm not going to get incredibly angry and bent out at people because they don't like the thing that I like. So why do they have to get bent out of shape and angry about the thing they don't like that I like?
it's
Shoo, go away.
no, it's the don't like. It's not the thing. It's the passion. It's the connectiveness. There's like I said, we exude that. We can all be all shapes, creeds, colors, you name it, and if we're all the same thing and share that thing, it truly is bringing the world together in that little bubble. And there's a resentment because they can't do that, and that's the whole thing. It's a hatred. It's a resentment. Why is it? When all this nonsense started 10 years ago, why did they attack nerds? Why didn't they attack normies? Because they're just the same people shouting and screaming and hate each other, and they hate that togetherness. It signals something to them, and it signals a resentment because they can't form those bonds. They can't do it, so they must tear it down. That's why there's so much resentment. Like, I've been taken out to football matches.
Yeah,
I mean, down catch up with friends when I was in and stuff. I mean, that's what they did, and I just sat there bored out of my mind. But I didn't sit and hate them. You know what I mean? I was just completely checked out. But when I did something, they didn't understand. It was, what are you doing that for? You know what I mean? It was it wasn't reciprocated. I would have went long. I would have nodded my head, sat with a pint, but it just like there was stuff happening on the screen. I had no interest. But I wasn't nasty about it, or also I didn't always not. I would have went just for the social aspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to be nice because I had friends, but that was never reciprocated. Nobody understood. You're trying to do something. You're just reading a book. Like if people weren't into reading books and you were, they'd get proper nasty about it. You know what I mean? That's the difference between.
Why are you reading that book? You're supposed to be having a good time.
Yeah,
I am having a good time.
Excuse me. You're reading it for too long. You know what I mean? It's been 20 minutes now and you haven't spoken. You just can't deal with it. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Dale. Nerds run the world. We did at one point.
It's
Now,
true.
at one point, yes, but the problem is because nerds built the infrastructure. This was the golden age. This was the building of the infrastructure. This was the imagination, the concept. The problem is once it was built, then
Big business took
the
over.
normies, big business, the normies, the middlings.
There is no such thing as big business. Big business and nerds are completely incompatible with each other.
Yeah, because look at IT. IT is a perfect example. This was the nexus. The IT nerd was, that was a thing. You passionate people about technology, and it was more than just a vocation. It was a lifestyle. Look at IT help desk now; they just read off a script.
Yeah,
very few of them actually innovative, and
see, it's like the cool
look at how things have devolved. Though, look how there's no imagination anymore. Look how we're not getting any better.
The cool guys are the software engineers, but software engineers get no credit whatsoever. because they're not like the face of the company. They just sit in the background making things work.
But meanwhile, you have your HR blip turns up, beats annoying for a while, does their 9 to 5 but causes trouble, and they're not the ones. They're not the ones staying up to 3 a.m. fixing problems and putting things. But look at the state of look at software now. Look at everything. Nothing works. It's all bloat. It's all updates for updates' sake because people are just trying to justify their jobs.
Nothing works until it's had its third or fourth patch at least.
Sorry, folks. I'll have to change the name of this stream. It was meant to be a review, but it's just turned into nearly a 2-hour rant about the world today because this was
Colin's crazy tangents.
No, but this was a magical period, and it just this thing invokes it all.
In a way, this is my fault. I should never have offered up this anime to go on the list because I kind of knew this was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen to this extent. You know, it's like 4 hours in, and we're only on episode 2.
But it's so true. It's this is a reflection of the time period, and it's just using a story to tell our struggle. We are Lain.
The thing is, it's like it's a reflection of the time period created during that time period itself. But it's like it's not a reflection. It's not a satire. It's pretty much a bloody documentary.
Because all this shit was.
And that's one of the things that's awesome about it, because
we thought we could upload ourselves
and agree with. I recommend Serial. If you can find a copy, I recommend Serial Experiments Lain to anyone. It's like it's not the best animation. The animation is quite simple, but it's good enough. It's the story. It's the story. Episode 1 and 2, like I say, for me, the first time I watched this, episode 1 and 2 dragged a bit. Something happened in episode 3 that clicked with me.
But episode 2 finishes off. Obviously, we have she set up his computer, she's and her friends talk her into going to a nightclub, which I was not expecting.
It's a very like 2 episodes in, we've already worked out that we are Lain. It's like when we were like, she's in junior high, so she's like 30. She's like what, 12, 13, 14 years old at the most. You know, she's first year junior high, so she's like 12, 13 years old. Yeah, off to a nightclub with their friends. But they do explain it's not a nightclub. It's just a place where kids meet, which explains why that group of like 9, 10-year-olds were in there doing episode 1.
But it doesn't explain why somebody was like they're getting.
There seems to be
fetish
drugs there as well.
Yeah, just there's kids and hard drugs and fetish waitresses all on the one building. Fuck it. Robson's Rock Bar.
Maybe this is just the way they did it in Japan, and Japan was even farther ahead of us than we actually thought they were.
God, there's this square in Belfast City Centre, and it's behind a bunch of bars, and that's where all the heavy metalers hung out. And the bar was called the Rock Bottom. It's gone now.
Damn, that's good. The Rock Bar.
Thing is, the adults, because it was in a basement, it was in a cellar.
Yeah.
But you'd have 13-year-old kids, even me back in the day, that's where we hung out because once again, everyone's wearing heavy metal t-shirts, we're all into the same thing. And the adults were there getting drunk, going down to the bar, getting pints and stuff. And oh my God, I can't remember.
This is it. Like nowadays,
you just hung out. The kids kept themselves. So the adults didn't do anything. Like older rockers didn't do anything to the kids. Advice, you were safe. It was a.
Oh no, but it's like you were all part like nerds being nerds. You're all part of the same fandom. You may as well all be part of the same family.
And there was never anything wrong. There was nothing wrong toward it. Even the young girls. There weren't that many, young girls. But even then, they were looked after. It was nothing happened. There was never a story. I can almost bet my life that there was never an incident of anything untoward happening, and that was protected. You know what I mean? You were there, you were safe, and that's people going to the pub, having a night out, as well as kids hanging about and stuff. And nobody batted an eyelid. The minute you walk through that street, because you're an outsider. When you went around the rest, there's all the clubbers and stuff, and the normies, and there's always a chance you get jumped. You know what I mean? Because you stood out.
Yes.
The minute you went down that street and in that circle, you were with your people. And
because it's
even back then, the divide was still
belong with nerds.
Yeah, but also don't forget back then, when I grew up, it was still the war. It was still the troubles.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter as well what side of the fence you came from, because that you're all the same. So it didn't matter if you're from a loyalist neighborhood or a Republican neighborhood. Once you went there, everyone, I mean, you went back afterwards, but that part, everyone was the same. And it was magical. The nightclub, actually, now to think about it, reflects that. You had adults doing adult things, you had kids doing kids things, but never the you know what I mean? The adults didn't get involved with the kids or do anything. The fetish waitress never went up to the kids. In fact, the kids were just left alone at the table, and they didn't interfere with the adult stuff. And the adult stuff,
the adults are there doing adult things. The kids are talking like serious tech, serious tech. Jesus.
But that's what happened back then. That was, like I said, it was the equivalent of being a sports fan and knowing your teams. It was a hobby. It was a passion. Now you're not allowed. You know what I mean? You have
no, you're not allowed. Out of it. You can't, like, if you see an adult talking to a child now, they better be some kind of relation to that child, or else there's going to be trouble.
No, but not out there. Even talking tech and stuff, it was kids don't talk that now. They barely speak. They've been dumbed down that much. Like, it's horrible. Like, can't describe it, but that passion.
In a way, a lot of the problems we're suffering now because this amazing, wonderful, incredibly nerdy thing that we call the internet, because it allows all these people to communicate with anyone else in the world, and that's not always a good thing.
No, we'll find that out. They're a detriment. Not everybody should have that ability, because every village idiot can meet every other village idiot and form a gang of village idiots. But everything's going fine until the bloke we met earlier starts shooting the club up.
The reasons why he starts shooting the club up are many and not really very well explained. But yeah,
I don't think we're meant to at this point. I think that's part of the mystery. But we know it's linked to a killer, because that's been set up, and he took it, and this is what he's doing.
He's just some random crazy with a gun. Where's he got a gun from in Japan? I want to know.
Well, there you go. But here's the thing. Lain just doesn't react. She just goes up to him. I can't remember exactly what she said, but it's something like, there's nothing on the other side. You'll not be uploaded. You're blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, she comes out with this really, really deep, really, really meaningful piece of absolute nonsense.
But the way she delivers it,
they're never going to make it to the other side, and when they do, unless they make connections, nothing is going to be there for them.
Yeah, the Wired will reject
all
them.
Words to that effect.
Yep. He'll be rejected by the Wired, that sort of thing. It's just he's not worthy. That's where he decides to end himself.
His reaction is pure horror. It's a brilliant reaction, and it just basically shows he's got a laser sight on his gun, and it just kind of like shows you the dot of the laser sight kind of like reflecting off the roof of his mouth. Trigger gets pulled, blood splashes up Lane's face. Lane doesn't even move. She just stands there staring.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of when you start to notice the change in Lane. Because Lane, she just kind of like, it's almost like switching on a light switch. She stops acting like some kind of like foolish young kid who doesn't know anything, and she actually starts acting like a very knowledgeable adult.
Almost otherworldly, you know. It's like more knowledge than somebody her age should have, that sort of thing. Yeah, this is where we go on, and police turn up, deal with everything, and I just love the way they're so blasé about the fact there's kids here, and they're not happy with Lane because the way they don't like her answers.
Mm.
And then obviously one of her friends, Arizu, is like, "Oh, I asked you to be here. It's my fault." And they're all freaking out, and she's just completely deadpan about it.
It comes to me. It comes across. It's like Lane's kind of there. The reason she doesn't want to. The reason she's answering questions about it is because everything that's happened, the guy, the shooting, the guy killing himself, the police, it's just an inconvenience.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she's got better things to be doing. She should be sat in her room, in front of her navvy, staring at a screen connected to the wire.
I think what they're not showing is this. I think this is what we're missing, is she's not just sitting there waiting for an email. She's surfing the web. She's going in the chat rooms and stuff. You know what I mean? She's actually interfacing. They don't show us actually what happens, but that's what she's doing.
They only show it a couple of times, and not until like later, because there's the scene in a couple of episodes' time where she's speaking with the knights. She speaks with the knights twice.
But I don't think they're letting us know that yet. They're building up the mystery and the tension. We think at this point that she's only like checking an email, but it's not. She's spending time there searching, so it's the equivalent of going through all the chat boards. That's what she's basically doing. But the weird thing is, as well, so she's a witness to a murder. She's at a nightclub. Her parents aren't home, but the police just drop her home and let her get on with it. That doesn't seem normal.
It's almost like something is going on in the background. ... And then it's like, I said before. It's like as it goes on, it's like it becomes more. The story becomes more confused, and it's like it leaves you double. Like, how much of what we're seeing is happening in the real world, and how much is happening in the wild?
Well, that's what you're starting to, at this point. Like when she just dropped home by the police, and she just her house on her own, and that's put perfectly fine. And
it's kind of like technically things they will do there, because they can't really detain Lane, because Lane is like she's only like 13 years old, so they can't detain her.
No, but usually that's when they get social services involved, and they need a relative to turn up.
It's kind of like it's like, oh, your parents aren't home. Are they on holiday or something? Because it's like, right.
No, but this is where an uncle or an aunt has to get
yeah, I love this next scene. This next scene is one of the things that made me fall in love with it, because Lane arrives home. Yeah. All the furniture and everything that has been in the house so far is in the house, but the house shows absolutely no sign of being lived in. It's almost as if Lane is the only person there, and you actually start to question yourself whether or not Lane's family really exists.
That's the scene I'm trying to talk to you about. That she's in the house on her own. There's something otherworldly. It's not. It doesn't fit. Doesn't make sense. The police just dropping her home like that, as if nothing's wrong. It doesn't. It starts to look suspicious, like you said. And it's almost like the Matrix. It really is like the Matrix. Or the part of it. Is she going to wake up and like pull tubes out of her mouth, and get flushed from the machine world? That's what you're starting to wonder. There's a bit as well. When she goes to talk to her mother, So she's in bed in her pajamas.
Mm.
She then walks downstairs
yeah.
and it flicks to her onesie, and then flicks back to her pajamas and flicks to her onesie. Now, I don't believe that's a mistake. I don't think that's an animation mistake.
Oh, there
To
are
talk to your
no
mother.
mistakes. There are no mistakes in this anime. It's kind of like the bit where
Do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, is this the bit where she's talking to her mother and her mother
Yes.
kind of like isn't really there, and she just kind of after the conversation finishes, she fades out.
Yeah. And
See, that's right. See, this is it. It's like how much of that happens in real life? Because I'm guessing in real life, Lane, the real Lane would be wearing her onesie.
Mm-hmm.
To be quite fine in that onesie, I'd wear it. I'd be wearing it now.
It's the fact that from the top of the stairs to the bottom of the stairs, she's glitching between the two. That is not a mistake. Because it sort of fits in with like I said, the house doesn't seem quite real, like you mentioned.
If that was some kind of production error, they would it wouldn't have been allowed through. Not something that big. That's not a production error. That is a calculated that calculated thing. That is calculated. That has been planned.
The fact that her mother acts as if she's on Prozac all the time, completely stoned out of her head and not quite there, doesn't as a choice. It's not an actor. It's not. It's this unrealness. Do you know what I mean? It's like you said. Go through the house. There's something not right. It doesn't. It's deliberately jarring you.
Likewise, her father. Yeah. When she goes into her father and says she wants a new Navi and setting up and everything like that, do you think her father's a bit too eager to get her on the wire and to get her a better computer and more computing power?
That's what I said. What parent in the 1990s would say to their child, "You need to go on the internet and meet people"? Like that started off an hour's worth of conversation.
Go and talk to strangers.
Go to the internet and talk to strangers. Said no parent ever. Do you know what I mean? Especially a father to a daughter. Yeah, go on the internet there and talk to strangers. You can get, who knows, you might meet people.
Nobody looks fun.
Nobody, even today, nobody says that's not the words that come out of a parent's mouth. No, absolutely not. You know what I mean? That is just that's a red flag right there.
We live in the UK. You're not even allowed to use the internet unless you can prove you're 35 years old.
Oh, it's wild. But you know what I'm saying?
You look at a nipple.
That was the thing. Like nobody says that, and that was straight away. Oh, something's not right here. This is where, once again, this car's been there. How long has that car been parked outside that house and comes back?
Pretty much since episode 2, because in episode 1 it was just a bloke hiding behind a lamppost.
But nobody's called the police?
Nope. And it's like before, when there was just one red dot in the car.
Now there's 2.
Now there's like 2 red dots in the car.
Yep.
The red dots are multiplying. I love the way that like Lane sees the car and stops and then has to steel herself and run by it, where everyone else in the world is just like plainly ignoring the fact it's there.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like she can see things that other people can't. Also, the fact that the power lines are trying to talk to her. She's hearing voices on the power lines, which doesn't make sense.
Could it be some kind of strange, like preternatural connection to the wire that she's got?
There's something.
It's kind of like there's something going on in the background.
Do you know the only thing that we're missing is a set of VR goggles.
Who needs a set of VR? Who needs a set of VR
goggles?
You
know what I'm saying? If there was a set of VR goggles, then this would make so much more. Fit with the brain.
My God! If the beige boxes of the computers were like black instead of beige, and there was a set of VR goggles, this could be set today.
Mm-hmm.
But you notice when it actually shows you Lane when she's actually later on when she's connected to the wired, They don't need VR goggles. Whether or not it's all kind of like broadcast into their heads or not, I have no idea.
But that was, once again, that was the myth of the time. People, it's back to the mobile towers caused cancer thing. You know, when they first came out, nobody understood them. So
don't too close to your ear; it'll give you brain cancer.
Yeah, it'll zap you and stuff. It's like, yeah, do you know what I mean? Every time there's new TikTok, things have moved that fast that it's been almost supernatural. And the 90s, that was the decade it happened. Like, things changed so much. This was the end, like literally the end of the analog era and the beginning of the digital era. It was so quick. It was scary. And you're either on board, like you were like us, on board, lapping it up, or you were terrified of it. There was no in between.
Hiding behind your crucifix. Other religious symbols are available.
Yep. There was no middle ground.
Yeah. But that I think it's like, oh God, the speed of technology back then, where it's kind of like you brought the latest piece of kit, plugged it in, played with it for a couple of hours, went to bed, woke up the following morning, switched the television on, and they were talking about the new bit of kit that made the bit of kit you brought 12 hours ago.
Don't forget, you were already buying outdated kit.
Oh yeah,
because the new model was already on the production line.
It's like you buy a brand new computer with all the components today. Pay thousands of quid for a top of the range computer. Within 18 months, that box is going to be obsolete.
Yeah, but it was already obsolete because they're already putting the new one out. Yeah. It was frightening. It was mad.
But it
was also really exciting.
It was like but if you're geeky, if you're nerdy and into things like that, it was exciting as well. That's what I think. I still hate the way Norm is. I wish we could think of a better word to describe Norm as.
Cunts.
But no. I know quite a few Normans, and they're quite all right as long as you take them on at a time. It's this is what the normies didn't understand. They couldn't understand the excitement. They couldn't understand the pace of change because there's nothing wrong with pulling my plough with my horse.
Yep.
Don't need these new fangled internal combustion tractors. Like horse is good enough. Yeah, they didn't understand the speed of change. I actually think it frightened a lot of people.
Oh, but that's what I said. There was no in between. There was you were one team or the other. That was it.
Yeah,
and I remember sending the facts. No. I remember sending the facts for the first time via my modem.
Oh,
that was type something out, pressed it, and
it
arrived. Did it? You know.
Yeah, whoever invented the fax machine, I'm actually surprised they weren't burnt at the stake because that was witchcraft right there. It's like, whoa. Next witchcraft, digital cameras.
Yeah, I was just something else.
It's kind of like every week, every month was kind of like a new year, a new Year's celebration, just because of the amount of new tech. Yeah, this tech that we discovered 3 days ago, well, we've managed to refine it and it's even better now.
Yep. Crypto Fright, I have the DVDs of Lain and the Lunchbox edition from release. Gonna start watching. Don't watch it in that. Don't open that. That's watch it in something else, but don't open that. That's like
you're not the only one.
Don't start, mate. No, I'm not doing any more unboxing videos this month.
I am pointing at the bookshelves across the room from me. I am pointing directly at my Serial Experiments Lain, which sits there between World Dream and a really weird kind of like techno horror thing called Soshiheki Kinojo.
I'm not doing any more unboxing.
Which basically translates out as my girlfriend, the ultimate weapon.
Oh, hold on. Actually, I said I'm not doing any more unboxing videos this month. I just realized this is the last day of the month. Oh shit, that's okay. I can stick to that. I can stick to that for 2 more hours. I can't guarantee by the time we finish this stream, though.
Right.
I'm not going to look for stuff.
Lain is, in my opinion, one of the animes it's actually worth looking at a physical copy for, so that you can watch it anytime you want to.
I'd love a little mini diorama actually for setup. Or in the little stool.
Right. Hair setup. I'm sure you won't mind me saying this, Colin, but it's a bit of a spoiler. But you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
It's like you know that famous kind of like Ghost in the Shell image where you've got Major Makoto's kind of like there, and she's kind of like she's wearing a skin suit, and she's on her knees, and she's got the wires coming from the back of her neck, and it's kind of like everything is kind of like mechanical around her. Imagine that only laying in a kind of like.
Well, it's seen one of the images. In fact, I think I've got it on the for the next session for the thumbnail.
Yeah, but it kind of like at the moment it's kind of like low-key cyberpunk. It's not going to stay low-key cyberpunk forever.
No, you can see us all building up. Like, this is the setup. The girls, by the way, this is the real world sort of interferes again, because the girls become minor celebrities because they were at the nightclub and
the nightclub shooting took place.
And they're all around them and that, what did you do? What did you say? But that's not the weird thing. The weird thing is we're now going to like 80s espionage. Lain opens her locker and there's an envelope.
No, oh my God, is it a love letter? No, it's a Serial Experiments Lain. It's not going to be a love letter. Right. Do you know what? I didn't notice it before, but because it's like, you have to remember, this is the year before The Matrix. So red pill, blue pill didn't exist.
Yep.
But when she tips that thing into her hand, it looks like a container with a red pill and a blue pill in it.
Does a bit, yeah. It's a 3D, like it's a proper component. I love the fact that her dad looks at it and just walks away and goes, I'm not dealing with that.
It's like that blank face stare. That blank face stare that in a horror film would mean that somebody has just seen something so horrific and disturbing that their brain is shut down for a moment.
It's like, I've just found this book, Bound in Human Flesh and Written in Blood. I read the first passage. Can you help me read that bit? I've only read the here out loud. You know what I mean? Oh, what have you done?
It's like, do you know what, Dad? It's like, Dad, do you know what this is? He looks at it for like at least 5 minutes, then just goes like, no, I've got no idea. Turns around and walks off. Comes in, Lain, how are you getting on with your new PC? Are you having fun? Dad, what's this?
Yeah.
Don't know, no idea. Walks out the door, closes the door behind him.
Yeah, just absolutely bricking it.
Which forces his daughter to ask to contact some weirdo on the internet.
But
the fact that your PC reads your emails out to it is something that hasn't been around that long.
No, well, back then there was Dragon. The Dragon, naturally speaking, was the main software, but you had to train it. You had to read a book to it first before it could do it. Sure, it's got better now. But
yeah, there's a few games I've played, most like flight sims and things like that, where I've used voice recognition software, and it's absolutely terrible because even with all my teeth, I've got a slight lisp. Also, when I get angry or excited, I slip into a Derbyshire accent, which doesn't help. Oh God, it's like, excuse me, Normie, what's this piece of technology? No idea.
That's where you level up,
behind them. Yep. I mean, it's bad that is their dad turning into a normie, and if he is, just how technologically advanced has Lain become?
Yeah, he's almost becoming like a tourist, hasn't he? And he's like, what have I? It's like Frankenstein realizing he's created the monster. I shouldn't have done that.
I think we could have an awesome conversation with Lain about tech if only she was about 10 years older. And then people would look, because if she was 10 years older, it'd still be like 25 years different.
No, but technically, if it was today, it'd be all right.
Yeah, that's just it. I think back in the oldie days of MSN and things like that, everything was text anyway, so you didn't know who you were talking to, and nobody cared.
That's why the police raided it and shut it all down, because that's where it went wrong.
Yeah, you could talk to somebody.
Remember the MSN pic chat thing? Everyone had like a little avatar.
I try not to. I try to look. There are only so many random pictures of penises a man can deal with in his life, especially if he doesn't swing in that direction.
That was pedo paradise. That's where it just went
Mm.
mad. And then that's the first time governments of the world, it wasn't just it was governments of the world stepped in
Right,
and got that booted off the internet.
I remember there being a documentary on Channel 4 about sex and the internet. And it's like the following day, all the papers, especially the News of the World for some reason, massive great banner headlines about this thing and what was happening and how terrible it was. And it's like the thing is, normies, nerds, we all turned around and agreed with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's when I think that's when like the world actually realized that it did need some kind of like controlling force over the internet, because it'd be like God, until like the 2010s, something like that. The internet was a lawless front. It was Wild West. It was a lawless frontier.
But once again, nonsense ruin everything. Fucking pedos, man. They just
perverts of any kind ruin everything, to be quite honest.
yeah, but it was fucking pedos in particular. They're the ones that I can get access to children here, fucking and on the pop, and fucked everything up.
Yep, they took. I'm underselling this. I am underselling this. They took a lot of good faith out of the internet, because instead of just like logging into a chat room and chatting with your friends, people, even if they've known people for like decades, began questioning exactly who they were.
Yeah, because
that I think is one of the things that destroyed the chat rooms, because you just couldn't afford to trust people enough to take them at face value.
And also, you didn't know as well the other side of the coin, especially because at this point, I was in my 20s, and you didn't know who you were talking to.
No.
So there was a chance you could say this is for over 18s only, and you put it up in the chat room. It didn't mean you were talking to an over 18.
Yeah, but that's just it.
That was a scary thing from the other side. It was like,
I mean, it's like what's it? It's like this. It's like sorry, bringing again the children online safety thing that's been launched in the UK. Yeah, right. If you've got a copy of Red Dead Redemption 2, you can totally get around it, because you know the thing where it's like sending a picture to our AI and the AI will decide whether you're an adult or not. All you got to do is create a character in Red Dead 2, take a screenshot of it, send it in, and the AI will totally take it as a photograph, because the characters look that good.
That's stupid.
I had trouble identifying myself because the AI, this is Discord. AI's Discord does not understand what a beard is. It couldn't understand why there was like this extension to the bottom of my face. Crazy. But yeah, but it's like, yeah, it's like that the distrust is what takes the internet into what it is now.
But sure enough, like let me go back to that the Brunswick Square. I couldn't remember what it was. Brunswick Square, right? That's changed as well, because then the adults, that bar eventually closed, but the adults stopped going near the kids. You know, stop being in the same. Stop going near the kids. That's wrong. Stop being in the same space.
Yeah,
the kids started hanging out. The kids started hanging out at the city hall. Adults at the bar. Do you mean that idea that people could just be in the same space together?
Yeah.
That went out the window. That all happened immediately.
I almost got beat up for talking to my niece.
No, I can imagine that. Just wrong place, wrong
time. Right. It's not the fact that I was talking to my niece. It's just the fact that when she said goodbye to her uncle, she gave me a hug. Physical contact. I almost got beaten up because of that.
Yeah, the brave person accused me.
So that guy in was it Leicester? I think it was Leicester. He got beaten up because he was a paediatrician.
This work once again, hysteria. Not directed at the thing, just hysteria. Just
I'm too tired for hysteria.
But that's some people get off on it.
It takes too much effort.
It's a medieval mob.
Yeah,
it's the medieval mob looking to burn somebody at the stake.
It did though. It's like what happened. Like what happened in the early mid noughties, early 2010 was responsible for destroying like the wonder of the internet. Because it's that when it became apparent that the internet was just another extension of humanity.
Mm-hmm. And this idea of, it's something else, it's something ethereal, it's something, it just went. And like I said, I saw that with the square. Adults and kids just wouldn't be in the same space as each other. Where it used to be, like I said, nobody interacted. Nobody interacted, but they're all in the same space, and it was safe, and nothing ever happened. But the idea, that MSN thing, I'm actually thinking back to it now. That was a major trigger point. MSN chat. That was
with such things as like some of the perversions involved, some of the people involved. Yeah. All it takes is an accusation. It doesn't even have look how many people's careers have been ruined by baseless accusation.
I know, because I remember, like, I was a scout leader and stuff, and I heard some stories. And that when you have to do all your protections, you have to go through all the stuff, and that.
It's kind of like, is it true? Isn't it true? Whatever it is, we can't afford to take the risk.
No, and that's where the world changed.
Because it's like because there's no such thing as innocent until proven guilty these days. You are guilty until you are proven innocent, and then it's up to the individual whether they believe that or not, and that is wrong.
And then there's trial by social media. Never mind.
That's just it. It's like trial by tabloid is my least favorite, where some tabloid goes, "Oh, such and such has been seen. A man has been seen taking a walk." Oh my god, fucking pervert! And it's all over social media and it's all over the headlines. And even if the court turns around and says, "You know what? This person is completely innocent of everything he's been accused of," it doesn't matter because people have already made up their minds. This is one of the things in this world that makes me very angry.
Yeah, but that's always been like that. Like I said, the medieval mob burned the witch.
Yeah, but the thing is, it used to be like if somebody did something wrong, it was in like their local area. Yeah. No, nowadays, someone does something wrong, it's worldwide.
Yeah, it's global.
They're beaming it off into space so that in millions of years' time, aliens can think like fucking nonce. It's good.
Yeah, it's the worst of Like I said, the internet was fine when it was just nerds. The minute the rest of the fucking world, started getting involved, and of course the fucking nonsense, it all got fucked up.
Hanging is too good.
But we're not quite there. This is just pre that. This is the still.
Talking to one of these unknown weirdos on the internet, Lane is able to discover that this thing that was left in her locker for no explained reason is a form of computer processor known as Psych.
It was in the nightclub. She goes to nightclubs, remember? She sees 3 kids that were in last time.
But that's right. It's when she's trying to connect it to her PC. She talks. Mind you, those kids. You've got to be honest. Yeah, those 3 kids. Yeah, if Siberia or whatever is in the wired, and all the people in the wired are just like avatars. Yeah, those 3 kids are totally at least 45 years old.
There's something, there's something not right here.
Yeah, because those children, when you listen to them when they're talking like the computer tech equivalent of rocket science.
But do you not remember nerds back in the day? Like I was saying that was possible. If you're into computers, that's the way you're just proper mad into it.
Yeah, but if it's the internet, every single one of those kids is totally a fully grown adult. Even the little girl's probably a bloke. That's the way the internet works.
Yeah.
Right, because it's people. There are two types of people on the internet:
But also,
boys and
Lane
girls.
is
And you
also
have
known
to
in the
remember
nightclub.
that girl is an acronym for guy in real life.
Mm-hmm. Oh, GU. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Remember, girl GURL was a thing. I can't remember what that was for.
Girl.
But yeah, she asks him. She finds out it's called the Psych, and it's a processor. It's like super duper.
Yeah, but then it's like amazing, incredible. Even with like a little handheld device, you could like conquer the wide with it. And then it gets really creepy because in exchange for giving the information, one of the kids says he wants a date with Lane, but not Lane as she is now, the grown-up, sassy, slaps your face Lane.
Yeah.
Which is what makes me think that this is happening in the wired and those kids are actually adults.
Which would make sense because the nightclub set, like I said, with everything going on in this nightclub, that should not be going on at the same time.
I admit to playing second. I admit to back in the day I played Second Life. I know exactly how the internet works.
Oh god, that's a
nightclub.
blast.
I used to own a nightclub. I used to co-own a nightclub in Second Life.
God, my mate, he started making money by designing stuff for it. He always tried to get me involved in it, but I'm like, sorry, my nerdom does not.
I was involved. I was one of the co-owners of a nightclub called Demonic. I don't think it's there anymore. Me and the guy who owned it, Ben Bowie, were like thick as thieves. We haven't spoken in years. I left Second Life. Must be 15, 20 odd years ago since I last played it. I had a friend called Nicky Ree who made an absolute fortune selling ball gowns of all things.
No,
she had a pink pot and she made her first million.
I stayed away from it because I knew it was something. If I went down that rabbit hole,
it used to be an absolutely incredible place full of amazing, incredibly smart people. The construction system used like primitive shapes, cubes, cylinders, triangles, like pyramids, things like that. They called them prims. You could build anything if you could literally build anything as long as you're prepared to take the time. And it was an amazing place. I used to do Star Wars roleplay there in a sim, in one of the sims, which was a scale model of Mos Eisley. Down to the last pebble. Incredible it was. Amazing place. But it's just kind of like I'm gonna blame the Normans. The Normans got involved and it just all became about sex.
Yeah, because that's their basic
pixel nipples and things like that, and it's just kind of like it's like a lot of massively multiplayer programs and games. It turned into something that wasn't what I loved it for.
Yeah, but that's what happens once something becomes mainstream.
I enjoyed the freedom. I enjoyed the freedom. I enjoyed the creativity. I enjoyed the fact that you could be anything you wanted to be, anywhere you wanted to be. You want to be some kind of weird jellyfish floating in the atmospheres of Jupiter? There you go. We've got a place for you. You want to be a captain of like a Second World War battleship? There you go. We've got a place for you. You just want to be some guy standing in the middle of a blank sim, chatting with your friends about computers and anime and horror and books. There you go. We've got a place for you. And it just stopped being that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
No, like I said, I remember my mate who taught me how to program after I broke his server by uploading 10,000 TIFF images to Microsoft Access database.
That would do it.
That was 2 weeks worth of work. I was mad. It was signatures. I was trying to get things verified. And I stupidly said I knew it could be done. I didn't say I could do it, but I was given the job.
Officially blew up the server. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, proper. Yeah, I broke it. I broke the server.
Because I was kind of like, you know what? We've all made mistakes. We've all tried to like do too much and push something a bit too far, and it's all gone terribly wrong. But you actually mean like blow up it? Yeah.
No, I actually did. I wrecked it.
Wow.
Yeah. And instead of being, what was he saying? Yeah. I looked at what did it, and my only thoughts was, I got to meet this guy. Who's this mad bastard did this?
Friendship was born.
That was it. Like that was his first thing. I have to meet this mad bastard that would do that.
See,
I'm like, I'm sorry, but I have a Microsoft for Dummies.
Again,
like,
that was part of the good old days. The first anime convention I went to, like, I knew every single person who was there. Yeah, I knew them all by name, but I didn't know any of them by face. And half of the fun was finding out which voice belonged to which face.
mm-hmm.
Oh, I miss the good old days.
But yeah, this is where this series just goes off the wall.
See what I mean? 3. It's like the first 2 episodes are good, but they're steady. This is the one where things start to happen.
And it all starts off with the processor, because Lane doesn't know how to install processors, so she starts looking up how to install processors. Then it just goes mad. She makes her father's setup, even at this point, look like her little Navi. Like, it makes it look amateur. She's like got stacks of servers.
I love the fact that she's basically neck deep in computer program, computer bits and pieces, and it's like components. And
going from a PC to a server stack is a bit of a jump. Like a fully operating server stack. Like, that's
Nami, sister, sticks her head around the door. Why are you dressed like that? Oh, I heard that static could be. She's wearing a slip.
Mm-hmm.
For some bizarre reason, when I started watching this, I remember her being naked, but she's not. She's wearing a slip.
It's the outro makes you think up.
Yeah. She's totally naked in the outro, but it doesn't show anything. You could probably still get arrested for watching it, though. So be careful, folks, in this country. Mm-hmm. But it's like she's thinking, I heard static could be a problem, so I thought I'd take off as much of my clothing as possible. And the sister just kind of goes like, weirdo, shuts the door.
Yep. And even the father looks in and he's like, oh my God, what have I created?
Yeah, considering that he's like really happy that his daughter is kind of like getting more interest in like navis and wants a more powerful system. He seems kind of sad that his daughter is turning her house into like a server cluster.
But the fact that she's completely outpaced anything he's built as well, and I think he's terrified. I think it's fear.
Yeah, she's reading a book that they're supposed to have learned. Like, she's reading from a book that they're supposed to have covered in like their early school years, because those 3 kids are like, oh, you should have covered this years ago.
Yep. And then the mother's having a serious chat with her husband. Like, I think our daughter's becoming a nerd. What do we do? That was the extent of the conversation. You're like, okay.
Yep.
I wonder if my parents ever had that conversation about me.
I did have a time.
No, I can imagine. He's a fucking weirdo. I don't get him.
What's wrong with him? I did have a moment during the 6-week holidays where my dad took my book off me and told me to go outside and play.
Gotta remember my aunt doing that. I went over. We went over to visit my aunt. She used to come over to us. She lived in Liverpool. We'd go over there, and that was me. Like, when I got to a certain age, I'm just happy sat in the bed reading a book. And my aunt couldn't get her head around it. Like, is he okay? Why isn't he speaking to anybody? I'm like, got a book. And in fact, we went out shopping. I was around the place stuff, and I picked up. I picked up a book and some Game Boy games. That was me. I was just my own wee world.
Oh yeah, I mean,
because I didn't watch TV. Even back then, like, if there was the option of reading a book or playing the Game Boy, or so, or watching TV, it was anything else but watch TV.
It's like you think of during the British 6 weeks holiday. British, we get 6 weeks holidays in the middle of summer. It's basically like end of July all the way through August, September. Yeah? And it's like they put children's television on in the morning to keep the children occupied, and it was always the same programs. Always the same programs. I mean, I'm a fan of those cartoon Centurions, but good God, I knew it word for word. Same westerns. It's like Warriors of Atlantis, like the television series from like the early 50s. Buck Rogers, the 1940 version, that kind of thing. All these black eyes. I love them. We can only watch them so much. And then they used to do a program called Why Don't You?
Oh God,
Why don't you turn off the television and go out and do something more interesting instead? And you would. You go around to your mate's house and they'd be sitting there watching Why Don't You? So yeah, you'd find your own entertainment. And for me, because I've never really been like a social butterfly, books. This room I'm in at the moment is a fire hazard just because there's literally, most of the floor is full of piles of books that stretch about halfway to the ceiling. If one of these stacks falls over while I'm asleep, you'll never hear from me again. Well, yeah, we did. We made our own entertainment.
Yeah, but I just love the parents' conversation about this, about Lain. Oh no, she's not going to be a normie, is she? She's not going to be like mainstream. We'll give birth to a nerd.
I like the way they just kind of like shrug and get on with it.
Mm-hmm. But meanwhile, we've got another thing happening. We've got this fella getting chased.
It's relevant to the conversation we had not long ago. There's this guy being chased through the internet by a kid.
And it's one of them things, is that who's chasing who, what's going on? But that's the thing that's happening. But here's an interesting thing. When he finally gets to the point and she catches him, she says gotcha in English.
Gotcha.
Because did you watch this in Japanese with subs?
Of course.
Yep. So when they say English words, it's very, especially with a Japanese accent. So it's not localizers or anything else. You know, here's the thing: if you do watch it dubbed, careful because you can miss out so much. Because it's important when they're actually saying stuff in another language. Because they don't do it by accident. And yeah, the fact that she says "gotcha" the way she does in English makes you go, "Oh, is this a worldwide thing?" Which
it's the Wired, and it's like it's kind of like you. It's the first appearance in the anime of this online game that everybody is playing, apparently.
Which is leading to the suicides.
Which is somehow linked with these suicides.
Oh, by the way, we might have mentioned, but there's a whole Chisa wasn't the first. There's it turns out there's a whole spate of these happening all over the world. And it's linking to people playing this game called Phantoma. Or Phantoma, is that the way you say it?
Got to be fine. As far as the 1990s go, that is so a 1990s name for a game, isn't it?
100%.
Phantoma. I'd play it.
Oh yeah, yeah. And if you found out that people were doing that, you just make you want to play it more because you want to find out. It's like watching Samara's tape. Do you know what I mean? There's no way you're not putting that tape in the machine and playing it.
Oh God,
even
yeah!
Even though you've only got 7 days, you're still sticking it in there.
All right, watch this videotape. We've got 7 days until you die.
Sorry, Sadako. Samara's the American one. Sadako, sorry. I do apologize.
It's just like
Lain just retreating more. Like she's become popular. Like it was only one of her friends, Arisu, that wanted her involved in the group. The other two didn't like her. Yeah. But now she's become popular.
It's like a bell curve, isn't it? It's like she's a bit of a nerd. Nobody talks to, a bit of a learner. Becomes really, really, really popular. And it's like the more she delves into the Wired, the more she finds, the more she talks to people and the more like her old self she becomes, because she withdraws from reality to spend more and more time in the electronic world. Personally, I don't know what they're talking about. When they
I
talk
wouldn't.
about
Yeah, we wouldn't have a clue about that.
no idea what they're talking about.
I keep getting asked, like when I'm working stuff, what do you do with your time?
To which your answer, presumably, is what time?
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, stuff.
Because I am honestly
How
of
do you
the opinion.
explain this? How do you explain this?
Honestly, I am
to
of the
people that
opinion
don't
you
get
are,
it?
in fact, the busiest man in the world.
Nah, there's people busier than me do stuff. But do you know what I mean? It's how this is where I can draw the parallel with Lane. Because yeah, I sort of interact with the real world out of necessity. Two reasons, not just to earn a bit of money. Like and subscribe, folks. There's memberships available. You can buy merch. If you don't want me to interact with the real world, there's options there to help me not do that. Just saying.
The real world is the real world is far overhyped. Have you seen the resolution?
But not yet. Yeah, well, that's why I've got these now, because the resolution is all to try and fix it. Where was I going with this? Yeah, you still need to connect with the real world, the real people, because if not, you become like Lane.
But then again, let's be honest. If we didn't have to, we wouldn't.
No, I'd be wearing a slip as well and just sitting on the chair and not giving static and having server X and stuff.
There is an image I did not need.
I might do that as a members. No, if you become a member, that might be an avatar. I'll make an avatar be a slip, and when you hit a certain point, but I'll not tell you what point you'll hit. You know,
right.
I'll be like a proper
horror. Right, I've got a friend called Neil. This is slightly related. I've got a friend of Neil who is best described as an incredibly large chap. Yeah. He doesn't really take care of himself. He's one of those people where back in the days when people were trying to be nice, he'd be like, he likes his food, right? And we were playing a horror. We were playing. What were we playing? We were playing Beyond the Supernatural role-playing game, and it's like, describe the most horrific thing you can think of. My mate Jim just goes kind of like Neil in leopard skin thong oiling himself. I still have nightmares about that.
Oh dear. Yes, there you go.
Thumbs up to you, Neil, if you're out there. Many kudos. Lose weight, you fat git. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, blowing off their friends so she can get back to her PC. I mean, not that we've ever done that.
Not at all. No.
No. It's completely by accident. I've got like 7,000 hours in Warframe. But Lane meets the little girl. Does she meet the little girl in Siberia or just walking along the street? Because I remember there being lots of people there.
I think she was walking along the street heading back to her house when she bumps into her.
Yeah, bumps into the girl who was chasing the guy.
Yep. And that's the whole thing when she drops her teddy and yeah, she just completely it's almost like she runs away from Liam. Like we've seen that she's some sort of predator, she's some sort of like malevolent being, but when she comes up against Liam, she like practically runs away. It's like, oh, that's too powerful for me to deal with.
It's over 9,000 run away.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's always a bigger fish sort of thing. And Liam is the biggest fish.
It's always a bigger fish in a bigger pond.
Meanwhile,
unless your name is Leoniki Zawa or whatever her last name is.
Liam now has a full server rack and fans going into it.
I like, by the way, she walks into a room just to check her email.
Yeah, all that just to check an email.
It's
Blackberries weren't out then.
But damn, it's like I'd love to have a setup like that, but it's like I'd fear for the electricity bill.
That's another thing. That's the unreality of it. I mean, there's no way a normal this is just a normal middle class house, by the way. It's not a mansion. There's absolutely no way normal parents wouldn't be freaking out at the electric bill or the phone bill.
Also, has she got water cooling by this point?
Not yet. No. This is just the fans. That's what I'm saying. She's got the Cerberus. Yeah. She's pointing the fans at it to keep them cool.
I love the fact that she's got like a desktop fan blowing through the side. It's kind of like you look at that and you think like, yes, yes. Yes.
We've all been there. Let's be honest.
We've all been there in the middle of summer with the sides off the computer.
Yeah, and do you remember that you felt the heat at your legs? Like you put your legs on if you had it when the tar fan. Remember, because the first desktops were tar fans weren't, or sorry, tar units were early 2000s. 90s were desktop, but once you got the tar unit, once again you had to get a new desk to fit it, because that was the thing. If your PC didn't fit your desk, you weren't cool.
I'm not cool, but I've always had a tower. It's always lived on top of my desk on the far right hand side, because I could not. The first one I brought, this one would probably fit fine under there, but it's just I'm used to having it on top now. Also, it makes it much easier.
Are you telling me you didn't go through the Argus catalog?
No,
or the Little Reach catalog, and you didn't.
I went through. Do you remember things like PC World? No, like the big like PC World magazines, the one that were like an inch thick and built like telephone directories and just had all the stuff. Or like the components and things to sell. Nothing about games, just components. I spent months like reading through those, working out what computer I want, and I just went to a computer manufacturer and I gave them the spec. What the computer looked like, I got no idea until it arrived. All I cared about was the hard drive, the hardware inside it, not what it looked like on the outside.
You didn't spend the same amount of time looking for the right desk to fit with that computer.
No. I knew exactly which desk I wanted. It came from Argos, and like 30 years later, I am still using this desk. The only problem is, every so often, as you have probably heard, the keyboard shaft drops off.
That's not good enough. That wasn't good enough. That wasn't a thing.
It's good, but right. No. Right, this desk, this desk has crossed the universe with me. This desk has walked across deserts. It's fought in like the greatest battles of the greatest wars you can mention. This desk has been through everything and gone everywhere with me. Also, it's got a little dent on top of it that perfectly fits my mug, because my mug has spent so much time sitting in that spot. It's molded itself into the desk. No, I'd miss that if it wasn't there.
So you didn't when you got a printer, you didn't get the desk, so it had the right tower, so the printer would sit on it and the scanner would sit.
There was it. No,
you just stuck with what you had. That's
the scanner, because the printer sat on one of the shelves underneath where the tower is. Yeah, the scanner was measured to the finest micrometer, so it fit between the monitor and the PC tower. It fit perfectly, because it's like my monitor's in front of me. There's like the phone I'm talking on, a pad where my mug sits, loads of pens and pen holders, various vitamins and minerals and stuff. Then off to one side is like my mouse pad with my mouse on it, and it had to fit perfectly between the monitor, the tower, and where my mouse mat sits and the back of the desk. Like I say, when I went to buy a scanner, I went in, didn't have any like specifications, just had sizes.
No, I had to, like I said,
it's a different kind of nerddom. And then I got home, it fit into the slot so well, I'm surprised it didn't click into place. Like a jigsaw. It was a thing of beauty.
No, every so often I got a new piece of kit, and then I had to get a new piece of furniture, because that was it. I had to do everything. And just this is exactly, like I can empathize 100% with Lane because that's what you did, and it just you just get these mad setups. I think that's why I'm decent with flat pack furniture because I learned all this young because I'm like must have the thing that fits the thing, and you know you got all the ones with different levels and stuff. That's stuff that's not even cool anymore. Like you don't get mad desks anymore. They're all
It's,
it's all the same gaming desk. It's all exactly the same with a few LEDs underneath. That's it. Even
do you know I
desks
hate
before, like
LEDs?
before.
My fans are lit. My keyboard is backlit, which is great because it means I can turn all the lights off and do stuff in the dark. I approve of that. I hate LEDs on computer kit.
It doesn't. Yeah.
It's like you have nice, beautiful, bright, colourful fans. They don't push and pull air through my system any better than if they didn't have the LEDs in them. Also, I can't leave my computer on at night downloading stuff because it's in my room with me, and there's an LED light on the side of my graphics card that you could guide ships with. Bloody
I just realised
G-force.
that as well. But desks have now, even desks, even computer furniture's got less interesting. It's the same setup. They all look the
It's
same. Like mobile
computers-
phones, they all look the same. Like that innovation is gone. This was a journey you went on.
I think but what it was when PCs first came out, there's all these different companies clamoring for you to like buy. Like this is the desk you want for your amazing PC. So in order to encourage people, they had to make it look as fancy, like it's like curved desks, desks like sweeping desks. Desks that, I don't know, loom, foggiest idea.
No, but
they had
multi-level and all for the different components you had and everything else. And
yeah, that's just it. It's like, have you got a computer desk that's this size? Have you got a computer tower that's this size? Then this is the desk you want. It'll fit it snug like a glove, and it's got these special holes in it that let air flow better, and things like that. It's like different colours and whatnot. Nowadays, because like I say, because PCs are basically like become like they're a piece. They're PCs are just a piece of furniture. They're nothing special anymore, and it's like computer peripherals have become the same.
Yeah, and it's just even the desk, it's become the same as a standard desk. It's like the mobile phone, it's the same rectangle. It just goes by a different designation. And people only upgrade to be fashionable. Because
if they upgrade, they upgrade exactly the same model, just one number higher that looks exactly like
because not for any reason apart from all their friends.
The only difference between my new phone and my old phone is my new phone is about a third as big again. So my new mobile phone is like bigger than my own mobile phone.
No,
I still can't type on the bloody thing because the keyboard's too small. I thought
that people are just like no imagination. Like,
but you see, people don't have to. People don't need imagination these days because all the innovators and creators have the imagination for them.
But they don't even have it anymore. That's the point. The people without imagination have moved into the imaginative spaces. Look how entertainment, writing, art has dumbed down and lost its spark. That's why nobody's interested anymore. That's why the cinemas are closing. I don't care. You can say anything about what you want about prices. If it's worth it, people will pay it.
This is true.
But there's no
I believe in that. I think we were having this discussion before we started this. We talked about the cinema. One of the reasons I don't go to the cinema anymore is because there is nothing out there I think is actually worth paying cinema prices for.
Yeah, or making the journey, or
so I close to the cinema is literally 10 minutes bus ride in that direction. I'm pointing towards Derby, which is southeast of here.
Yeah,
but it's like Derby is literally over there. 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, I can be walking through the doors of our local Odeon, picking up the biggest drink they've got, the biggest popcorn they've got, and maybe a hot dog if I haven't had lunch. Well, there's nothing worth it. There's nothing out there worth paying cinema ticket prices for.
But
it's like considering how much it takes to go out. It's cheaper to wait for a DVD to go. It's cheaper to wait for the DVD to come out because that way, at least you can watch it more than once.
Yeah, and that's only a couple of weeks as well. I refuse to pay $50 to watch it, dumbass. Yeah, that's if it was worthwhile if it was an event, if it was something you were there, you'd do it. But it's not now. And this is the whole knock-on effect. Like, we're talking about this era. I can't emphasize how magical and anything was possible. And the dangers were there as well. That fear, but it was all like fear leads to. That's why horror is such an enduring genre. People like to feel a bit of fear because fear makes you feel alive. That
Yeah.
vulnerability, it reminds you that we've got one life. You're mortal. You got to make the best of it. You know what I mean? That anticipation of the future and the fact that you can reach for the stars. Now, people, that's gone.
Mm.
And I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not even being pessimistic. It is gone. I see people, millennials downwards, and that spark is gone from them. And it does make me sad because it doesn't have to be this way. We just have to find a way to reinvigorate that spark, get people wondering again, get rid of this cloud of cynicism. And I'm a cynical bastard, you know me, but it's too much. We need to find a way to get people back engaging with the world again, back to actually wanting to imagine things are possible.
People don't want to engage with the world, though. They're quite happy. They're quite happy, like typing things like "Oh, boo-hoo, I've had a really bad day. Can all my friends online?
Do you know what's
please,
happened?
like,
It's a complete
give
reversal.
this a thumbs up and make me feel better."
Yes, it's a complete reversal, right? Lain here is the weirdo because she's shutting herself off from the world, right? And going into the
Yes.
virtual. Right? She's the nerd. And anybody that's out engaging with the world is normal, the normie, the mainstream, right?
Yeah.
The tables are completely flipped.
Oh yeah,
Because
the world
normie,
is flipped
the
up.
mainstream are the Lain. They're the ones living in virtual reality. They're the ones looking through their screen. And it's the fucking nerds that are actually talking to each other.
Yeah, we're the ones who are out there now,
Going out.
reading the books, touching glass, smelling the flowers, chasing the butterflies and the little bunny rabbits through the field.
You nerd, you went for a walk in the park today and smelt the flower. Oh my god, who would do
Don't
that?
talk to them. They're dangerous. They go outside.
Yes, they have conversations with people in the real world. Oh my god, they talk to people face to face.
I'm not tweeting.
The internet has become the holding pen for the normie, and us weirdos are the ones, going out and do stuff. I think there's a narrative in that you couldn't make that up.
Good, in it. The moment of realization has struck.
Because the thing that we have are conventions. Like, you needn't say, "Oh, I'd never do that." If the right convention comes up and it's something you're into, you'll go.
True,
Where normies won't. They'll just sit and, you know what I mean? They don't go to conventions. They don't go to gatherings or meetings. They just sit online and join Facebook groups. It's happened all over again, but in reverse. I've just had a revelation. What? This is bad. Sorry, folks. This has turned into like a completely. This is the weirdest review ever, isn't it? I think this is the strangest review I've ever done because,
like the problem is we are relating and projecting ourselves onto Lain far too much.
yeah, that's scary, isn't it?
But then again, it is basically the story of the rise of a nerd. So what's there not to like about it?
Yeah, this is
It's taken a long time coming, but I knew when we finally got round to Serial Experiments Lain, you would really enjoy it. Because it's got that moment where you're sitting there with a can or something in one hand, and you're pointing at the screen. It's like, yes, that's me. I recognize this.
Yeah, I identify with this 13-year-old Japanese girl drawing animated Japanese girl. That's me. Fucking hell.
Just don't. We don't need to see pictures of the slip. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just keep as a threat. You just don't behave yourselves.
Remember the scene where Lane goes to the nightclub and she talks to that the black guy behind the bar, and it's like, "Oh, you've gone for the young look today, have you?"
Mm-hmm.
Was I the only one who kind of went? Ugh?
Yeah, we know the bar. There's a bar that the
Right,
schoolgirls go to, or the
right.
thing, but then there's the wired version. The way I'm seeing this
Oh,
is
right. I was going to say, would you like another one of my theories while Siberia is in the wild? 3 people have died there. One of them, the shooter who took his own life, yet it's still open.
yeah, that doesn't make sense. As if nothing happened. That would be closed for weeks while the investigation happened.
It'd be closed, full stop.
Yeah, but have you know what I mean? Well, the investigation, but I don't know. I think it might be closed in the real world, and this is the weird. Like you said, it's a bit like Second Life. It's somebody's made a replica of the club.
Well, you see, all the people look like people, though.
Yeah, and
Because it's already been mentioned that it's like your presence, what you look like in the wild, depends on how much like computing power you have in the real world. Because there's a scene later on where Lane is literally talking to she calls him Cheshire Cat, and with the power he's got, his avatar is the best he can do.
mm-hmm.
Which is why it's only so confusing.
Yeah, but this has become more and more apparent. There's the real world and there's the Matrix. We're just not seeing. That's essentially what it is.
Yeah, because there's the real world and the wired, and it's like the crossover between the two is becoming more and more indistinct.
But is it more and more indistinct for Lane as she delves deeper into this?
Or the entire world?
That's what we don't know yet.
Mm.
But there's something. You know what I mean? It's definitely something. And yeah, that's what the story's taking us. You know what I mean? We're seeing this gradually happening. We see the girl appear again, the young girl, and she chases someone else now who's playing the game. So we're definitely now seeing the link between
it does, but
Phantoma and people possibly getting taken out for real.
It's kind of weird. It's weird because it's like the boy fights back with an invisible gun.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like later on, the girl he shoots the girl like 20 odd times, and it's like later on, the girl is lying there and she's got like a white sheet over her, and the boy who killed her is kind of like he's against the wall, like rocking backwards and forwards, like, I didn't know it was a kid. I didn't know it was a kid. She must have like somehow got in here from kids' version of the game.
Back to what I'm saying, you can put on the room adults only, but that doesn't mean back to the this is almost a mirror for MSN chat. Like if you think about it, the chat rooms, you didn't know that, and back to the mistrust and stuff. Like these were the fears of the day, and yeah, it's all being played out. It was genuine. You know what I mean? The fears were genuine. It was possible. You could make a mistake or you could do it deliberately. I mean, it was all there.
Serial Experiments Lain, half entertaining anime, half documentary about the dangers of the internet.
In the 90s.
In the 90s. I've got to be quite honest, like the internet is a safer place now because all the weirdos have buggered over to the darknet.
No, but you just got people.
Which is the new Wild West.
But now you've got people like the normies doxing you and calling the police on you and trying to get you cancelled and blah 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 because you didn't like the movie they liked. So I don't know what's worse. people are shit. You know what I mean? There's it's not everybody's meant to be together, squashed in together. That's why you need separate spaces. That's why you need to find your own tribes. That's why you need commonality, but not too much that you end up in an echo chamber. You know, it's always a balance. There's no such thing as one solution. Humanity's not built like that. We're a messy species. And it'll never be the right, you know what I mean? There's never the one thing. Anyone that suggests a blanket solution is an idiot. Thinks they'll solve everything because people aren't built that way. Just saying, you know.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree.
This is obvious. Lain is losing herself. Like, she's proper plugged in at this point. And now there's, like you said, there's two agents now, and they're really, like, they're not even being subtle anymore. They're out of the car. They're looking at her. And this is where,
actually, this is where your VR goggles come in. That must be what they're wearing.
it's something like that, isn't it? Like, are they?
I don't know.
Are they normal? Are they people? Are they real world humans looking into this world, and that's how they're doing it through these goggles? We don't know.
That is if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, because
That's a massive spoiler.
You've got 7. Well, you've just got 7 more episodes to watch, and I want you to stay invested until the end.
No, but
the thing that's really sad about the Lane is it is just Serial Experiments Lane. There is no like follow up to Serial Experiments Lane. It's it's a complete story. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end, but it won't stop you from wanting more.
Fair enough.
I like the bit. I like the bit where Lane, just before she meets the two agents, before she sees the two agents, her dad comes in and starts to try and warn her, maybe a bit too late, about the Wired.
Yeah, I think he should have
Too late,
told her.
because-
He should have told her when she started her first server wreck.
Yeah. I like the bit where it's
Not
kind
when
of
there's
like,
a coolant device and the place is dripping with water.
it's like, no matter how hard you try, you'll never completely like join with the Wired. No. I'm gonna send myself into the wild. I'm gonna move from the real world into the wired. No computer is powerful enough to do that. Mine is. And it's like, ooh.
The fact he just goes,
it's just like the matter of fact way she says it. It's like when she says that her computer is powerful enough to remove her being from the real world into the wired, you know it's the truth because of the conviction she says it with. And her dad just kind of gives her another of those "I don't know what this thing is" looks and leaves.
Yeah, but he just calmly closes the door. Like anybody else would, like, no more computer for you, and that all ends up in the skip.
Are you on drugs? You know, that kind of thing.
That's basically it. Yeah, I'm taking heroin 3 times a day. Okay, close the door. You know what I mean? It's fucking, it's that sort of thing. Which adds to the unreality of the household. Because it's not normal.
Right. Yeah, but we've been saying since episode 1 there's something not normal about this household.
Yes. And then we get it reinforced because she looks out, she sees the agents, she goes out onto her window, tells them to go away, and blows up their goggles.
Uses the power of her computer to blow up their goggles. You got that I could do with that. I could do with that power, actually.
It just goes to show there's the lines getting blurred.
So okay, because again, is that a scene from the real world, or is it something that's happening in the Wired?
We don't quite know.
Because it's like the confusion is starting to happen where you don't actually know what. You start asking yourself questions. What exactly are you looking at? What are you seeing?
But it's that, like I said, the only thing she doesn't do is put on a pair of goggles.
Yeah, goggles.
You know what I mean? And you don't know whether you're wearing them or not wearing them. You know, that would be the only visual cue. But that was done in the 80s, early 90s. You know what I mean? That was like a thing.
Yeah,
But actually,
VR doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, because Lawnmower Man was out at this point.
Yeah, no, right. The idea of virtual reality existed, but there was no way to like access virtual. There was no like you couldn't put on a pair of 3D goggles or something like that and interact with the world in 3D yet.
No, that's what I said. That was awesome. But the Lawnmower Man had already been out. It's that concept of putting yourself in.
Yeah, but isn't kind of like we'll call it the web, the cyber web. Isn't the cyber web like one of the core tenets of cyberpunk?
Yeah, you can actually go into it. You know, that's the point.
You can cyberpunk shadow, and you know you can go into a program and you can actually like see yourself as an avatar in there, and using your avatar's hands, you can touch, interact, manipulate the systems.
But this snapshot in history, which this series is representing, this is where VR was found to be completely lacking. So in terms of people's imaginations, it just didn't work because VR was such a failure back in the beginning, if you remember.
I remember the only thing that you seem to use VR for is you used to get VR game centers.
They hadn't even come out
then. Great like crash helmets, like motorcycling crash helmets with like screens on the front, and there were two games, one of which was like a fantasy thing, and the other one where one of you played like some kind of like space warrior, and the other one was an alien, and you had to try and either blow up the eggs or kill the warrior. You used to be one in Nottingham.
But they died a death. And this is the era because it was shown to be a failure, so that when something's shown to be a failure, it doesn't become part of your imagination. This idea of you could just by looking through it, like imagine the fact how powerful an idea is. That something that already existed, i.e. VR, wasn't deemed good enough, but the internet, the web, is such a powerful idea that VR, the physical component that actually take you there, because it had failed so spectacularly, that got shoved to the side in people's psyche. No, that's not the way. And actually looking at a computer screen, don't forget there weren't even webcams back then. Like this is just a computer screen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you're right. Like if you think about it, for the most part, there weren't even voice communications.
No, because
everything.
I got my first microphone.
Yeah.
In 2003.
Yeah, most of your interactions at this time with other people online was in text. What it shows you in Serial Experiments Lain, like people like talking to each other in chat rooms and things like that, using microphones in their own voice. Back at the time this released, is a computer nerd's wet dream. Like imagine actually talking to the person you're talking to.
But
imagine if you could see them and interact with them in real time. Oh my god! Oh, I need to sit down. I've got overexcited.
But this is where the idea was bigger than the technology. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The idea, the imagination, the where we could go with this was. This is how we've got this, because of just by interacting, simple text, and that just sparked the imagination. Now, VR was a physical thing; it could have taken it, but it was failed, so people automatically dismissed it. That wasn't the way forward. This was new, and what we're seeing here is the imagination. This is possible.
Some guy sitting in an office going like, "Okay, we've got this. How can we make it better?" And just throwing ideas at the wall until they find something.
It was basically okay. What do I want to be able to do, and then making the thing to fit. This at the moment, that's a problem with people is they don't have a vision, they don't have somewhere to go, so they can't make the tools to get there because people have lost their ambition. They've lost all they want now is the likes and clicks.
Yes, I agree with that.
Folks. But you know what I mean? That's all they want. Do you know what I mean? I'm joking, but
it's like no.
We get the idea. That's how they validate themselves. Is how many people click a button.
We want likes and clicks, but more than anything else, we want to berate you for wanting likes and quick clicks. Also buy merch.
It's just interesting having this conversation because that's the entirety of people's identity is just strangers that they don't even meet or talk to, validating their existence.
Oh my God! But humanity has been reduced to a tick or a cross.
Mm-hmm. That's it, and that stymies the imagination. Because if that's all you're looking for, like fame, you know, for the sake of fame, like if I wanted fame, I'd be doing 1 minute videos, clickbait videos. I wouldn't be sitting here for 3 hours nerding out over an anime show. Do you know what I mean? This is not the way to get famous.
Yeah, TikTok is the place to just like 1,000,001 videos of yourself flipping a pancake and put it on TikTok.
Or say statements out there, hyperbolic statements to get people to react. That's the other way, you know.
Oh my God, I'm so sick of this, that, and the other. TikTok.
Mm. But that's what I'm saying. And that's stymied people. What I'm talking about, this is set in an era where we thought anything was possible, and it was just purely through text messaging because the potential, like we couldn't have imagined this, what we're doing right now.
Right.
But we imagined something like it. It's something pushed us to head towards us, if that makes sense.
I tell you, like some nerd out there working for some company said, "Do you know what? Wouldn't it be great if we could like have a little camera so that you could actually like stream like live video of your face to other people while you talk to them?" I mean, people could, if someone in big business had turned around and go like, "No, that's stupid. It'll never work." It would never have happened. But they gave it a go, and that's my problem with people these days. They're happy with what's happening. They don't give it a go anymore.
No, that's what I mean. It's stopped somewhere along the wonderment because it's not for us anymore. We got us this, but it's up to the next generation to take us on next, but they haven't. They've stopped. They've given up. They're reduced in some way. I can't find the words to properly articulate how stymied people are, and they can't take us beyond this level, and it's really frustrating because we're going to devolve.
It's like I think technology's kind of hit the buffers at the moment. Or if people are developing new technologies, they're keeping them for themselves. But it's kind of like parity isn't the word I'm looking for.
No. But actually, the next episode, the narrator brings a point. He said humanity stopped evolving.
Yeah,
now, he was saying it back then, but I would say it wasn't back then. It's definitely stopped. It was stopping to evolve. They've stopped now. The danger was seen.
Yeah, as far as evolution's concerned, mankind hasn't changed since before the last ice age. Because because we found ourselves in a position where we have basically we've conquered shortage of food, we've conquered shelter, we've conquered feeling too hot or feeling too cold. There's nothing there is nothing we need to evolve to kind of like overcome, because we can overcome it ourselves as mankind.
But the only thing
then again, it's like
because we're the ones causing
people were saying back here that the next step of evolution of mankind would involve computers.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the digitization of the mind and the mind living on the web in some kind of like virtual reality. Transhumanism, but not that form of transhumanism. So basically, it's like in order to like mankind cannot evolve as it is. We have reached the end of our evolutionary change. In order to evolve, we have to step beyond what it means to humanity, but we're going to have to do that by either mechanical or genetic means.
Mm.
So yeah, what you do is you copy your brain and you upload it onto the internet, which is pretty much what Lane's doing.
But I think what's stymied as well, because people have messed it up. We can't trust.
Mm.
We can't trust it because there's too many
Right,
bad forces out there who would delete you, reprogram you.
Right.
They want you to be an individual.
By now, the world should be running under one big central organization. We should be all over the solar system, right? But we're not, because instead of there being one big global family, there are hundreds and hundreds of little countries and groups all doing their own thing, pulling in opposite directions, trying to spot anybody else from doing it first.
That's making the argument of there shouldn't be any small, medium businesses. Everything should be a corporation and just one corporation. Look at corporations.
Yeah,
everyone's.
I'm talking about
stymied.
Countries.
But you know what I mean? And a corporation's the worst environment for innovation. The only thing a corporation does is upscale. So the little individual thought, imagination, and that's what I said, we still had it. This era, people still had individual imagination. Now it's gone. Everyone's being forced into a collective because social media. You're even seeing people talk the same. Like, I see it with young ones now, you know, you can't really tell the difference between them and somebody in Southern California. They use the same language, the same words. Like, there's no... Everyone's a fucking blank slate, just an automaton. They have no dexterity, they've no imagination. They're just...
This is what happens when you get your education from TikTok or YouTube.
But that's the same principle of having one thing, no variance, no individuality. I mean, that breaks right down from if everybody in the world is just a blanket, like TikTok is just the only platform, everyone's taught by TikTok. That's the same argument you've made for one world order. Everyone's just taught the same. They're all the same. Nobody's individual. Nobody's unique. Nobody draws on the strengths of their individual cultures, because that's what makes us interesting. And it's also when you encounter that other culture, it sparks something in your imagination. That's gone. And we're suffering because of it. Everyone is just bland. Everything's beige. Everything's like the piece. Everything's beige, and it's horrible. And we're seeing the hopefulness of this era and the idea that anything's possible.
At the moment, everyone is beige through choice.
Well, they're also choice in being pushed.
Because it's like in it when you get in, you're like, yeah, in it when you're getting your education from like TikTok, like blood, in it with a bizzle. And you watch idiots doing idiotic things in like, what is it, 3-minute clips.
Yeah, that's what happens when everyone's,
because that 3-minute clip is because you like feast on TikTok. You can't watch anything more than 3 minutes. You can't watch a clip that's more than 3 minutes long because you don't have the attention span of it.
And they don't have the imagination. I mean, it's loads of things, but that's the main difference between this era. Where there's this idea that anything was possible and evolution becoming higher than oneself. That doesn't exist now. And we're all suffering for it because there's everything's getting worse. Look at PCs. New PCs are coming out, but Windows 11's terrible. Because people don't problem solve anymore. They just follow copy and paste. And they do updates for the sake of updates. They don't actually think. They don't challenge. They just follow the corporate line and nothing gets better. So we need more memory. We need more RAM. We need more processing, but the thing does less. We need a new phone with a higher S number or I number, but the thing does less. It needs more memory, but it does the same thing because everything's...
I blew my amazing singing, dancing computer with its massive big processor and like 32 gigabytes of RAM up by opening more than 4 Chrome tabs.
Yeah, it's...
Like, I don't use Chrome because Chrome is so bloated.
I'm thinking of changing myself because it's starting to annoy me.
90. I'm pretty sure that 90% of the stuff that's in Chrome doesn't need to be there to have a functioning browser.
But this is what's happening.
Chrome used to be the best in the world.
Yeah.
It isn't any longer.
But you see the point I'm making?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you lose imagination, innovation, and the hope that we can be better. Once that's gone, everything turns to shit, which is what it's doing now. Where back then we saw a freaking mountain of a PC, like these things were heavy, clunk.
Oh
and
God, yeah.
I mean, you know, I just saw text and it just everyone thought we could get to the moon. Everyone could possibly travel to the moon. Anything was possible.
Like, we got to the moon using the power of a digital watch. We could do it in the we could get to the moon using the power of less power than is in a desktop calculator. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we do that now?
Because everyone's
what's gone wrong?
People.
What's gone wrong? Why do we need so many more resources to get to the moon than we did in, what was it, 69?
Because people have lost that spark. It's gone, and it needs to be reignited again. That's why it needs to come back. Something needs to happen, or else we're
kind of like as technology has evolved.
What are we telling new stories, or are we rebooting, rehashing, or remaking everything that's come before?
We're I am excited, that mankind is going back to the moon. Yeah, I'm excited that mankind is once again going to the moon. But I've got to be honest, I can't think of a single bloody reason why we need to. Because we haven't got anything new to do up there, unless it's something they're not telling us about.
A launch, like, you need a good launch pad, and there's the lower gravity. What's the biggest problem we have with ships getting into space?
The atmosphere.
Breaking the atmosphere. So why aren't there shipyards?
Because
build a big fucking shipyard in the moon. And the solar system is ours.
Because at the moment, with the technology we have, living on the moon, living on Mars, living on any planet, living anywhere in the solar system or on any planet that isn't Earth, isn't sustainable.
But that's where
it's like Elon Musk wants to send people to Mars. Yeah, that's going to be a one-way journey.
Yeah, but that's the dream. Where can that take us? Having a dream. This is what I'm saying. Having an imagination, having a place to go. It doesn't have to make sense. That's how we imagine. That's how we build. That's how we innovate. That's what this series is. We had that back then. That's how we're here now, because of the imagination from back then and the possibility. That has stopped.
Right.
It's stopped. It's ground to a halt.
That, and I say that is that has gone. I mean, I'll blah. What am I trying to say? What are the words I need to use?
You're completely right, Colin. I agree with everything you say.
I'm completely retconned at this moment. Where's my meds?
I just said the words for you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with what you say. It's like the world, back in the days when back when Lain was new, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lain, a lot of Lain is about the dreams of the future of what the internet and PCs are going to be, yeah.
Yeah, that's
these were things people were talking about. Yeah, it's going to be super fast. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. We're going to be able to upload this and that to the internet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day, people just went, you know what? We're not. And that's when the internet just became the internet.
And that's where it went wrong. And the imagination, the spark, it went. Now, that's what we need to try and, or we'll maybe not do it. All I can do is say that's what we need.
We're old and grumpy. Maybe if you swear enough.
But I'm not even grumpy. I'm not even being grumpy.
I'm very grumpy about this.
I'm saying no, but I'm trying to be hopeful. Okay. The reason I'm saying this is I'm hoping somehow somebody comes across this, hears this bit of the conversation, and it wakes something up inside them.
It will
be completely
that would be
organic.
nice.
But
it's like, I think, I think
it just takes one person.
Yeah, as we've said at the moment, mankind seems to have like fallen into this rut where it's like it would be nice to have all these things, but what we've got now, do you know what? It's good enough. And good enough. Yeah, good enough is good enough. It's like if it's like is the glass half empty? Is the glass half full? Who cares as long as there's something to drink in it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's no room left in the world for dreams.
But that's not what we are.
Because every minute you spend dreaming is a minute you're not spending on kind of like trying to survive, trying to live.
What?
It's like it's almost as if
I'll be back in a second.
But it's almost as if we don't have time to dream anymore. It's kind of like life is so full of everything we need to do to live. We can't afford to dream, and I think that is really really sad. I don't think many people would agree with me. I don't think many people would agree with me at all, but I am alternative in my thoughts. I think it's really sad that like people seem to have given up on innovation, that people seem to have given up on like these crazy ideas. I hate to say it, but the last person I remember having a crazy idea was Elon Musk when he turned around and said, you know what, it's the 21st century. We should be landing our rockets now. Because I despise the man. Not enough dreamers. Not enough dreamers, too many doers. Too many people who are satisfied with the way things are. Makes me sad, it really does. Colin will be back shortly. And we shall continue talking about Lain. We've only got one more episode to talk about. I mean, so many tangents tonight. It's scary.
This is proper.
But are they? But are they really tangents? Because they're all kind of relevant to the story that's being told.
This is really. I didn't realize how much this has struck a nerve with me. That's what art does.
Lain is one of the best anime out there. It's not the prettiest looking by a long shot.
But I haven't. I'm not looking at the flashy lights. I've been absorbed in the concept. Do you know the last time I was proper absorbed was when I first read June? Frankly,
which one? I gave up on God Emperor.
No, but when I first read it, the story wasn't the best. Still not the best. But the concepts behind the story of humanity evolved, like basically humans. Humans, not just mentats, computers, but humans could also be bioweapons. And the fact that they got rid of the Butlerian jihad, that actually the idea of AI thinking machines, that they were purged from the universe because they were deemed too dangerous and dulling, and it was all about mankind becoming something else. I mean, that's one of the earliest books that made me think
the wow moment.
Yeah. And that
the moment when you finish looking at something or you read a certain passage and you're just like, wow.
that's the potential there. You know what I mean? Just the potential within ourselves and our own cells, just through evolving as a human. You know, we could go so many places and not rely on machines. It's like even the navigators were human. There was no aliens in the Dune universe. Everything was human. That's what you got to remember. You know, I mean, that was the amazing thing about it. So I've always had this wonderment about transcendence and where can we go, and
I've worked out where all the ideas people have gone. They were put out to grass because it's too expensive. Because innovation requires. Damn it!
Risk.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Anything requires risk. If you want to innovate, you want to create something new.
That's like there's too much risk. There's too much money involved. If you put millions of currency of choice into some kind of project and you get nothing at the end of it, that is all gone. So keep things the way they are, and then you can just make money by selling people the same crap that they've always brought.
But that's
why your mobile phone is just a slightly bigger or slightly smaller version of the one you've already got, because it's basically the same thing. They've just put newer chips in it.
But doesn't do any more because
it doesn't do anymore. If it does anything, it does it slightly faster, which you won't notice because you're not comparing it to anything.
And you're not doing anything different from anybody else or using it for anything. Yeah.
If it's taking 9 seconds to download a picture of a kitten instead of 10 seconds, you're not going to notice the extra second. Not unless you're downloading so many pictures of a kitten that it'll actually kind of like use any reasonable amount of time.
Yeah. No, but that's the thing. Like this PC I'm using would be fine just for randomly surfing the internet and doing the other thing, but because I use it for video editing, for streaming, I need more out of it. So that's where I look at tweaking it and removing bloat, and that's what I've done, just so that this is as sharp as possible.
Yeah.
The only reason would be looking at a new phone is if I'm going to start going mobile and doing segments and going to events and stuff, I need a better phone than that. But for normal stuff, no, doesn't make a difference. And then again, I might even need a phone because there's different things out there now, like the Osmo and stuff, like the handheld vlogging things. They might be better choice than wasting on a phone. You know what I mean? You have to have a reason. You have to have somewhere to aim for. And people now don't. They don't aim for anything except validation from their peers for nothing.
We live in a time of good enough.
And that's, yeah, I don't live it. I exist in this time. I don't live in it. I come from this time that we're talking about. I come from this time of anything's bloody possible if you put your mind to it and you find the way. And it can either happen by, design or hard work, or it can happen by accident. But it's about seizing that opportunity and having a vision. That's the time I grew up with. That's me as personality.
I was saying, to me, the last exciting thing that happened, the last thing that made me sit up and go, "Oh, hello, what's this?" was Elon Musk. Not a big fan of Elon Musk. Can't stand Elon Musk. It's the bit where he brought SpaceX, and then he said, like, it's the 21st century. We should be landing our rockets by now.
Yeah, not the breaking apart, but straight up, straight down.
Yeah, up, does its bit, comes back in, lands. That's where we should be now. And he's working on it. He's working on it, but yeah.
But you think of everything he's building right now is to go and live on Mars. You look at his tunnels, you look at his autocabs, you look at the AI. It's all for one vision. And that's for humanity to live on another planet.
I don't think it. I honestly.
It doesn't matter. No. It doesn't matter what he does or not. That's not the point. The point is, it's that vision. It's that thing to aim for.
I'm going to quote one of your least favorite film franchises now, and I apologize for it. But there's a short green guy who says, "There is no try, there is only do."
Yeah, but he's doing. But the vision is there, a direction, a dream.
I don't.
Look at everything that's even unrelated. You know what I mean? That's all going towards that dream. But
I don't. I got to be honest. As a realist from a science perspective, I don't think he's got much of a chance. Simply because
might not.
The hardship. It's like someone in the future may be able to,
but you don't get there until somebody dreams it first and tries. It's the same as us back in this period. We didn't think we'd get here now, talking to different counties as if we're in the same room, or talking countries as with other folks. You know, Dale's in the chat and Luna's in the chat. You know what I mean? Luna's in Florida. We could talk as if we're in the same room. Dale's in New Zealand. For sake, we can talk as if we're in the same room, and we can share pictures live. We can have a discussion about things that we really enjoy, movies. You know, that was the dream, and it took people. We couldn't get there then, but the next people that were inspired by that got us to here. My problem is that we don't have the next. It can't be just one person. It has to be a collective conscious effort, which we had. It had to be a culture, and the culture.
I see where you're coming from. It's kind of like
people that inspired us. Got it, because we all had a hand in it. Like, I plugged stuff in and that, and I showed people. And do you remember you could upload it to Microsoft directly? Do you remember those days? If you made a bit of code or you did something that helped Windows out, here, I found this. You uploaded it to Microsoft, you put it in the thing, and they give you kudos. I did it back in 2002. You know, something. What was it? It was a bit of code. Like I said, back to the uploading directly to a database and it crashing, and then I was shown a bit of code, and then I created that you could call stuff from directories. I give out code I'd written to Microsoft, and I got a well done. That was it. It was back on my Hotmail account, which I don't have anymore, so it's gone. I wish I'd printed it and framed it. You know what I mean? That was a moment. But that's what happened. You didn't get any money, you didn't get a job, but you got recognized, and everybody was doing it at the same time. Because that was everybody that was interested, invested, did that. And there was a feeling of positivity, and that is gone. That has been beaten out of us. That, like I said, we don't even get movies anymore. We get rehashes of what's gone before. Nobody's making new movies. They're just adapting. Yeah. Nothing's getting made. Very few things.
Creativity is that. But take a look at role-playing games. Most of the role-playing games that are coming out now are rewrites of role-playing games that have already existed. It's like, what? Twilight 2000, we're on 4th edition. Warhammer, we're on 4th edition. It's not a new game, it's just a rewrite of the same game because there's no ideas out there anymore.
Call of Cthulhu 7th edition.
7th edition.
Draven Alien's not even been out 2 years, and it's now didn't even make a second edition. They made a 1.5 expanded. They couldn't even do that right. You know what I mean? I give up. But not even one version out. They didn't complete it before they're just tweaking and rehashing the same thing.
God, that's so bad.
But that's what I mean. It's bad because there's no innovation. It's just, right, let's put it in the shiny new box. It's the fast food chain.
It's
the idea of making the recipes up. You know what I mean? When the fast food chain came out, it was an innovation. It was a new idea. They looked at the recipes. No, it's not. No, it's just lazy. It's just slop. It's just over and over again.
People don't want innovation unless people don't want innovation unless they're told they want innovation.
And that's not what gives us a spark. That's not being alive.
Never before did people want a mobile phone that used AI to take unwanted shit out of your photographs until they were told they wanted it.
You couldn't just be yourself. You had to have filters. look, here's my three chins, my big baldy head, you know what I mean? My not so perfect eyes. At least it's
Mm.
me. I am happy with it. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'm alive. I'm a human. I have dreams. I haven't given up. I'm like even with the publishing company and everything else. I'm talking to some people during the week. I'm working and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm
Mm.
trying to inspire people to get involved, keep writing, giving a vehicle. I am not going to give up, and I don't care if that puts me on the outside and not in the norm. That's the whole point. That like
Mm.
Lane doesn't care. She's got a dream. She's got an ambition. She wants to get into the wired. She wants to transform and upload herself into the idea. It doesn't matter what she's doing. In fact, you look at what she's doing with we see this now, the server unit, like she's got fucking cooling systems. Almost
Like,
steampunk. It's almost gone steampunk the way
like,
she's
I've got to be, I love it. She's got the world's most impressive liquid cooling system. Yeah, the reservoir is the floor of her room.
yep. Like, how are you not getting electrocuted?
Like her bedroom is literally ankle deep in whatever she's using to cool that PC off.
And
that is the kind of dedication that I can get behind.
yep, and that's somebody, that's the mad scientist. That's somebody with a vision. Whether you like it or not, they are not operating on the same plane as the herd, the general public.
Mm.
They're not waiting to be told what to do.
Right. Could our Lane be a genius?
100%. You don't build that stuff by just reading a couple of books unless you've got that, once again, it's that vision. You want to do something, you don't know how to do it, you learn. There's no more motivator than just learning to get a bit of paper to say I'm clever so your peers can clap you in the back. That's no motivation to actually study something to become a master. You want to do something, you have a vision, and you want to learn how to do that thing.
Do you know, I'd hate to learn something just because I need to.
I can't.
I mean,
I'm 100% vocational. I have to have
I went to school, went to college, went through university, ended up working in the plastics industry for 14 years before I ended up being like a full-time carer. Yeah? Believe it or not, when I left university, I am a chemist by trade.
Mm-hmm.
I have A levels in all things blowing stuff up, or not blowing stuff up if you get it in the right order. Have I ever used my education? No. The education I was forced, the education I learned because of things I thought I wanted to do, I have never used. But I have learned so much since then because I wanted to, and they are the things that I remember. If you put me in a chemistry lab now, I'd be a danger to myself and others because I wouldn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I was going to be a forensic scientist. That's what that was my direction. Got the first year. They realized business admin, business management was preferable because I couldn't be. I just wasn't enjoying it. I didn't see myself doing that. I didn't see myself doing what was it, the fragment bullet shit. You start work out the trajectory of bullets and stuff, and that was like one of the first things. And I thought myself, I cannot see myself at a crime scene doing that. That does not. No, I just went nah, and then I was like, I need to do something. So fucking business admin, fucking. And I tell you stuff, I can't even remember stuff I learned then because it was just words and bluff.
I've somewhere in my cupboard over there behind those massive piles of books and stuff. I've still got my A-level textbooks. I can't sell them; they're out of date.
No,
I've still got them.
Like I said, I used to have books, and I stupidly moved them, lived with an alcoholic, and lost everything. So we'll say no more about that. But needless to say, like the programming stuff was completely by accident. I wanted to do something. I got into something. I made a massive boo-boo, a mistake that crashed the server, but that made me want to learn. Could I get back in that now? No, I've no interest. because I seen the innovation, like that excitement of that right about this time. That excitement is gone. Obviously, the silly thing as well is about full time into the army. I was happy coasting along as a reservist and then decided to go full time because things went to shit. There's something that was a mistake. Once again, I just wanted to learn to do different things, but that wasn't the environment. You did one thing and that was it. You just cogged the machine, and even the jokes. That's one thing I noticed was actually the jokes were the same. Everyone used the same jokes, the same nicknames. They just got recycled. There's no innovation there. It was a fate worse than death. So yeah, no, I'm not doing.
I still don't think people these days don't want innovation. The innovation people want now is like the same thing they've got now, but for less.
I redesigned the menu. That's one thing I did, was redesign the menu. And I got slices of bacon, weighed them, so I knew exactly, on average, I think it's 100, not 100, 80 grams or something is a slice of bacon on average when you work it out. And I fucking put this all into the spreadsheet and stuff and worked it out, pricing plan and that. And yeah, that was still, nobody understood it. I was able to work it out and stuff. And I just felt like, yeah, it was okay for the moment, but I just didn't. That was the last of me trying to do stuff like that. I left the corporate world because I couldn't be arsed. I just felt like I was wasting my time. So I'm doing this, not earning as much money. I'm surviving month to month, but fuck me, I'm a lot happier. Watching this channel grow, for example, watching the effort get into it, watching it, new ideas, watching things expand, seeing it taking off, seeing people coming on board. It's not even about me. It's just having a vision, wanting something to happen, and putting yourself into it. It's the same as Lain here in this. She is focused. She has an end goal in mind, but look at what she's building out of bits and pieces. Like that would run the entire corporation. What she has in her bedroom at this point.
I still want to know where she's getting her bits and pieces from.
But that's part of the mystery. Like I said, if you're determined, do you think her dad's just ordering it for her like that? I don't think so.
I honestly think like the reason Dad looks so unhappy is because he's walked into his office and there's nothing there anymore. It's empty.
No, I think
it all.
No, I think Lain is living double life, and I think what she's doing in the Wired is actually translating. Like she's making deals, and we're not seeing it all, but we're getting hints at it. She's doing stuff in the Wired. She's well known. There's an alter ego she has that we haven't met yet. And there are sweet talking people, and people are saying their stuff. Like somebody put the first hint was the envelope in her locker with the processor. She's talked somebody in her alter ego that she hasn't even acknowledged exists yet. Has talked somebody into sending her that.
See, where was it? We're mixing up reality and the Wired here, because people say like Lane's changed. Is Lane's alter ego just Lane on the Wired?
But we don't know because we haven't seen it. We're being hinted at, but we're being heavily shown that something's going on, and she's making these deals and she's making these connections, and then it's translating into the real world that she's getting stuff. So that's all the old play for.
Because Lane on the billboard.
But we're now also seeing these kids are appearing, and we know it's linked to the game, but they're just standing in the street and they're completely spaced out. They're making that hand gesture up towards the sky.
Yeah, honestly, they're standing there with arms outstretched. But to what?
Well, that's where it gets even more random, because giant naked Lain appears in the sky, parting the clouds, looking angelic as the sun flows behind her. And for one brief moment, everybody in the world sees what the kids are seeing, and then it disappears.
Just get mentioned on the evening news though. But this is one of those like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? And it's going to get more confusing before you get answers.
Yep. And then we'll also see another interesting thing, because Mika's the one staying at home and Lane's the one staying out all night, where it used to be the other way around.
Yeah, Mika has a weird encounter in a public toilet, which, you've got to be honest, is probably one of the best bits of horror we've had in this so far. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Your eyes on Mika the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
But she gets given a packet of tissues.
Like fortune tissues or something.
It's something like that. Right. Perfectly right. News for people who travel to Japan. Yeah, Japanese public toilets do not have toilet paper in them. Instead, what you have is, when you go into a shop, or when you meet people in the street giving out. Say you walk into a shop and you buy, I don't know, a pot noodle. They'll give you a pot noodle, and they'll put like a small free packet of tissues in the bag with you. Or some guy will walk up to you on the street with a big box of these tissues and just give you a bag. Right? They are your tissues. Right? Keep them with you in case you need to go to the loo. But yeah, she gets given this packet of tissues, and she gets see, one of those kids from the club comes up to her and he's like, "Hey, do you mind if I hit on you for a while?"
Oh God, that was hilarious. That was in the street. Yeah, it was in the street. Yep.
Right. Was it in the street or was it in the wild? This is why it's getting confusing, because you can't be sure anymore. But she spills drink over her arm, and she takes one of these tissues out of this packet, and basically written all over this tissue it says, "Fulfill the prophecy."
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "What is this crap?" Screws it up, throws it away. Later on, she's in this toilet. She's washing her hands, and all the lights go out, and she hears a noise, so she hides in one of the cubicles. And she's there in the cubicle, kind of like cowering, worried in case somebody's going through. And all of a sudden, the lights go out. And on the back, every single inch of the back of this white door in red ink, it just says, "Fulfill the prophecy." And it's like she arrives home. So it shows you she arrives home later in a bit of a state. And that's pretty much seems to be the end of her mentally.
Mm-hmm. That would freak anybody out.
There is something else, but that happens later on.
Mm-hmm. But meanwhile, Lane is going about the wire. That's also the scene as well with a Cheshire cat. She's very dismissive. You know what I mean? She rules the place.
Because she's kind of like, "Wow, your body looks really, really good, considering you're around the wire." And he's like, "Shut up, Cheshire Cat. This is the best I can do with the money I've got."
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, how much money has Lane spent on her deck?
But once again, she's just a normal middle class household. It's far exceeds, so she's doing it other ways.
Yeah, because there's where she's having a conversation with someone.
And there's no way she's lifting that stuff by herself.
I've already checked out that database and done this and that and the other.
Yeah, because she's trying to find out what this Phantoma thing is, and this is where we find out
more about Phantoma.
Yep,
because it doesn't say as much, but it's almost like she's investigating the suicides.
Yeah, she is. Because the whole thing with back to Misa, this is what sparked it off. She's trying to find Misa. And now she's uncovered this, and this is the path to Misa. Sorry, Chisa. I'm mixing her up with Misa. Chisa, sorry.
Chisa's still responsible for one of the creepiest lines in the entire thing. where Lane is talking to the email she sent, and she's like, "Why?" She's like, "I'd like, why did you do it? Why did you go there?" Because God is here. That's back in episode 1. Because we're starting from the beginning again. Let's go.
Yeah, the children need another 4 hours. Who needs sleep? But yeah, this is she finds out about Professor Hodgson, and it turns out this is like an old psyops that was experimented on kids that basically turned kids into energy and to use psychic energy. You know, it's almost like Cold War era stuff.
It's almost comes across that they're kind of like trying to turn children into a weapon, because like adults don't tend to be psychic, but children are, but only in a little way. And they were trying to like serial link kids into this device to like generate more energy.
Yep, but this was analog. This was done in the analog days. But somehow somebody got the schematics and just put them onto the web. So of course, do you remember the 3D 3D printed guns?
Yeah.
Do you remember that was like one of the first thing, you know, I mean, hackers or something? Once
oh my God, people can print guns using like computers and stuff.
That's basically the equivalent. Somebody's found this Cold War era thing and they just uploaded it, and then obviously people are like, oh, that's a thing. It's like, what would be equivalent today? Upload it to like Minecraft or something.
Yeah.
Just the schematics, and then people in Minecraft trying to build the thing. That's what's happening here, except it's taken the device that is made into a game, and it's basically that's what's happening. The thing is though that the professor doesn't know who's done it, and he's just waiting to die because his
I love the way that they basically, it's like if the professor is waiting to die, he's literally dying, and they've just kind of like plugged him into the internet and stuck him on a nice balcony.
It's one way to do it. But then again, here we go. When he dies, he downloads. He loses his connection to the wired. So he's not going to transcend. So he hasn't found it's not natural. It's a goal. Have the kids found a way to transcend? Is that because he didn't play the game himself? Do you need a psychic boost? You know, it's shown that people still die naturally, and when they do, they're removed from the wired. And that's not where Lane wants to be. She's trying to get past that.
Nobody knows because no answers have been given.
Yep. And then we get the most interesting encounter is the agents turn up again. They've got new headsets, obviously after Lane broke the last ones.
They did kind of blow up on them.
Yep. But she decides this time she's going to go down and talk to them.
Let's be honest, the conversation they have doesn't really help anything.
No, it's, are you the Knights? Yes, we are. Oh, by the way, somebody put a bomb in your bedroom.
See, I remember them saying that they're not the Knights, but she was talking to the Knights, or people who claim to be the Knights, when she was like in the wire, when she was talking to the Wired, when she noticed like the laser spots on the ceiling, or the rat's nest of pipe work that is now her ceiling. When she went downstairs to talk to them, and while she was talking to them, her room blew up.
Yeah, but they told her that somebody put a parasite into the
bomb in the cooling system. Now, the question we have to ask is, will her parents say anything about that?
That's the thing, because that's not exactly a casual thing. To have your bedroom blow up, and also if it was just steam, there was more than that. Definitely an explosion. wasn't just a steam gasket rupture or what, because it would just fry everything. It would be electrical fire. This is a proper bomb. Like,
Yeah, this is a proper kaboom, blows out the window.
Plastic or Santex, that was a boom, yeah. If there are parents and a sister in the house, then yes. And that's what we're probably going to look at next time. There's no way after this, if this is a normal family, that she's going to be allowed a computer again. The fact that she's been allowed to do this shows there's something not right. There's no way. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. If she'd had this in a basement somewhere, if it was like an abandoned warehouse, and she was building this, it would make sense.
Or if she was kind of like, I don't know, university age. But not you've got to remember she's no older than what? 12, 13.
Yeah. Even the physicality of lifting the components. I mean, fair enough at the server at that point, but the fucking cooling towers and stuff and pipe work and yeah. And she's just been allowed to build this. No, there's something. It's that bit niggling at your head, isn't it? Oh, that's all he has to say on the subject. He's just like, nah, stuff you. I'm away. You decided to come back, did you, to finish off?
I know what's going to happen next, but I'm not telling.
Fair enough. But there you go. Yeah, that was good. Got 4 hours. We are mad. This is proper lit a spark. Honestly, I wasn't expecting the conversation to go this way. But it has genuinely brought some things to the surface. Yeah, I just can't describe this time. That's it. I just can't describe the era that we lived in. It was magical. It really was. There's something about it. We had everything to aim for. Oh. And now we're going. No, we don't even. That's one thing about dial-up. It connected. It was slow. It was clunky, but it didn't drop in and out. Like this. Once you got a connection, you were sorted. That's another thing. Yeah, we've got faster connection, but it keeps dipping out and doing all sorts. You know what I mean? It's odd that we have not got any better. What we are is that's what we're talking about. Back then, everything was to play for. Everything was only going to get better, and we're not seeing that now. It's kind of tragic. I don't know if he's going to come back on because I kind of want to wrap up here. Right, I'll give him a minute, and if he can't get back on, then I'll say goodnight to everybody. But yeah, it was a cool chat. It was good to see everybody turning up as well and taking part. It's nice to see both Twitch and YouTube going, because that's Twitch has always been very quiet. Obviously stream it because there's an option just in case one, because it's happened before. Sometimes one platform will have a wibble, so at least by uploading the two, we've got the option to save the stream. Because there's one of the times I did it and YouTube went down, so at least I was able to save his Twitch stream and then re-upload it again, or people could jump across. So it's always worth, if you're subscribed to one of our platforms, jump across the other, and at least have it as a backup. Right, I don't think he's come back on, so yep, I'll just say goodnight at this point. We'll obviously be back again. We're back again this Wednesday. We're doing Uzumaki, the live action watch party. So join us for that. And we'll be back again with 2 weeks with the second part of this. So just as we say, until next time, keep up to date with the channel, do the technical things, and remember to keep it creepy, keep it horrific.